Oh yeah. Good morning, everyone. Gonna be playing some Lostbelt 2 today. I'm super hyped. Also, I'm pretty sure I got the voice changer working.
Hello? Are we in auto-tune? Oh yeah!
And then we have the radio voice, so I can use a radio voice when I am speaking over the comms. Oh yeah. We got a whole bunch of stuff. And when I swear, I can go off camera and... Yeah, you didn't hear a word I just said, did you? Alright. The thing is, I can't hear myself when these are going on, so I don't actually know what's on or not. And so people in chat are gonna have to help me, people in chat are gonna have to help me if I forget to turn one of the voice effects off or not, because I could be talking forever in, like, a radio voice and I wouldn't even know. Alright, new emotes are also live, so if you are subbed to the channel, we got Himiko High, Ilya, Oberon Sleep, Angry Manu, and that's it for the new FGO emotes. I have two more coming in that are Cash Toria. We have Cash Toria, and then what is the other one? And then Gigamesh, which is an animated emote. Those are both great. If you're in my Discord server, I put them in there if you want to see what they look like. I think I've also shown them before too, or maybe not the animated one. I just got that one this morning, but both the Gigamesh one and the Cashtoria one I showed off in my Discord if you want to go see what those look like. But yeah, let's get into it. So we've got the voice changer now. We've got everything situated. What else did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to go into my thoughts on the story before we actually hop in. So I wrote down a bunch of notes. This is like a wall of text, so bear with me here while I just give my thoughts currently in the story. I just want to do this before we hop in. I think I'm going to do this every time before we hop into the next Lostbelt, like what my thoughts are on the story just so far, just because it's more of for myself. I just think it'll be cool to look back and see my thoughts after each Lostbelt on the story and how it progresses. But right here, and I believe I might have said a few things, or I might have doubled over and said a few things twice, so just bear with me here on that, just because I was writing this down over the past few days. So Lostbelt notes, after some time thinking after I beat Lostbelt 1, I believe I see the irony of the situation now. We have now taken at least a similar role to Gatia. You could say, or at least in a different way, Gatia was pruning our timeline with the incineration of humanity in part 1 of FGO, the same way we ourselves are now pruning the Lostbelts. He was trying to completely wipe out humanity to rebuild us and proper human history without the concept of death, so we wouldn't have to be wiped out by the aliens. Unsure if that's true or not, that he actually saw the aliens coming. But the fact that he was trying to wipe out humanity to be able to rebuild humanity without the concept of death is that part is at least true. But whether or not he was actually preparing for the aliens is unknown as of right now. That's just a kind of like a little fun prediction. But if Gatia succeeded in doing so, we ourselves and everyone we would have known and loved would have been wiped out from existence, the same way Patsy, the Yaga, and everything in Lostbelt 1 was when we pruned it. I'm assuming that the other Lostbelts must be a harsher world for humans overall in them. Humans have flaws, and Gatia, in a sense, was trying to remove those flaws. Now that we've stopped him... Now that we stopped him, 7 different versions of humanity have appeared with their own flawed worlds and versions of humanity themselves, all competing with us now to take over as the new proper humans, which kind of reminds me of what the Lama in Babylonia were screaming and saying how they were going to be the new humans. If you remember in Babylonia, they kept screaming that with Tiamat as their mother. And so that's just kind of interesting, and I wonder if we're ever get an answer to that comparison. But basically, I just wanted to mention that after rewatching the Lostbelt trailer, I totally understood why Gatia/Solomon is laughing at us, because it's ironic that he was trying to prune humanity of its flaw in the concept of death, but after we stopped him, now we have to step into his shoes and prune the other flawed versions of humanity if we want our timeline to survive. So it's just a bit of irony. which I don't even know if it's possible to come back from what we're at currently, considering the aliens pretty much glassed the entire planet. But I guess if we were able to go back in time and prevent Gatia from eradicating humanity itself by converting every human that ever existed into raw energy, and we came back from that, I guess anything is possible, so I digress. After rewatching the beginning of Lostbelt 1, when all the cryptors meet in that meeting room, they mentioned at one point how Wodheim's Lostbelt might be better than proper human history, and seeing as how I now know that from the Lostbelt trailer that we actually go against him in Lostbelt 5, that's kind of spoiled in the Lostbelt trailer. They go by in order of how we're going to beat them, and Lostbelt 5 is actually Wodheim's Lostbelt. I originally thought that he'd be the big baddie we go against in Lostbelt 7, but maybe the reason he's 5 is he doesn't want to make the same mistake Solomon did and just decides to deal with us after we take out 4 Lostbelts instead of dealing with us at the end. I don't know, I'm just pondering. But in the meeting, they mentioned how Wodheim's Lostbelt might be better than proper human history, and after beating Lostbelt 1 and hearing how Patsy told us he made it sound like we have to fight for proper human history because all of the Lostbelts are worse off for humans. But maybe it never occurred to us that there could be one of these Lostbelts that was actually better for humans than our own timeline, and we're going to have to deal with those morals and destroy it anyway if we want to restore our own timeline anyway. Every Lostbelt has a master with a and then these are notes that I also wrote down, just like tally marks. Every Lostbelt, so this is something I learned after Lostbelt 1, is every Lostbelt has a master with a servant and a king that I believe has something to do with humanity branching off from proper human history's timeline. And then the alien tree matches the class of the king, similar to how in Lostbelt 1, Ivan the Terrible was a rider, and then the tree at the end was a rider. And so the class of the tree matches the king. The alien tree's roots are what helps the root of that lost timeline root into our blank world, helping it spread and take over ours. I'm curious if the tree, what kind of connection the tree has with the king is going to be interesting to me. In the Lost Room OVA, Galahad mentions that we can't stop what is coming, and I wonder if the reason he stopped helping MASH is because he agrees with the actions of the aliens, and that's why he helped us defeat Gatia, but then left right afterwards. So I'm just hypothesizing here, but it would be pretty interesting, an interesting turn of events if we found out Galahad was actually on the alien side after all, and he only helped us defeat Gatia to ensure the aliens' victory. If we fight him in one of the final chapters of the story, I think that'd be pretty sweet. So going into Lostbelt 2, this is like my last big paragraph of thoughts, so we're like almost done here. Into Lostbelt 2, what I currently know right now as someone who has just beaten Lostbelt 1, I know that 1 year after saving humanity from incineration at the hands of Gatia, an unknown entity who we are currently describing as aliens from space, abducted and persuaded the original 7 masters of Team A, who were supposed to save humanity before Lev Lenore sabotaged them by putting them into comas. They now, for unknown reasons to me, are siding with the aliens on eradicating our timeline as we know it. We call our timelines proper human history. I say timelines with an S in brackets around it because even other parallel timelines share a similar world history to us, and that's what makes up proper human history, right? They, for whatever reason, want to replace proper human history with one drastically different to reinstate a new age of gods. I am assuming at the moment that the good old conspiracy theories about the old mythological gods from human history were really aliens visiting Earth, and the gods want humanity worshipping them again. Now, why they chose the Cryptors, aka the 7 original masters, to essentially be their foot soldiers, and why the masters agreed to this is still unknown to me. To achieve this, the aliens first had to plan a perfect attack against Chaldea, as we were their one weakness, having the ability to go back in time and fix things to make a better future for ourselves. Once they got rid of Chaldeus, they essentially glassed the planet, turning our entire world into a white sandy desert, basically making our world a blank canvas for them. They then descended the 7 alien trees to take root onto our blank world, each tree representing a different Lostbelt. A Lostbelt is a timeline where, at a specific event in history, humanity took a drastically different path and ended up in a much different present than our own. For example, in Lostbelt 1, demonic beasts from the Age of Gods never went extinct, and in the 1500s, during Ivan the Terrible's reign, a meteor hit the Earth, causing another ice age, and to survive the cold, Ivan mixed humans with demonic beasts to create a new race of humans called the Yaga. Back to the big trees. When these alien trees activate, they pin the Lostbelt's timeline to their respective locations and dig their roots in place to begin spreading that timeline across our globe. Eventually, the 7 Lostbelts will clash with their borders when their borders reach each other, and eventually one Lostbelt will win over the other 6, effectively establishing that Lostbelt itself as the new human history taking over our world. Now, how the hell do we prevent this when every human is dead and our planet was glassed? I have no idea, but we saved humanity once when Gatia turned every human that ever existed in our timeline into pure energy, so I assume we'll do some timey-wimey bullshit to fix it again. It should also be noted that every time we remove a Lostbelt going forward, we are denying that lost timeline's right to exist. These Lostbelts were basically a second chance for these timelines, and in order for us to get our world back, we have to destroy the others. This was made very clear at the end of Lostbelt 1 when Patsy, the half-wolf, half-man from the Yaga race, sacrificed himself for us, and in his dying breath told us that our world was better and deserved to be the proper human history because his world, Lostbelt 1, was full of so much death and was dictated by the strong so much that his people forgot how to smile. We also know, thanks to Ivan the Terrible, that each tree is sentient, has the same class as the Lostbelt's king, and I have a feeling each lost timeline has something to do with that relationship between the king of that timeline and the alien tree rooted to its earth. There is also a Team A Master, aka a Cryptor, and their own personal servant in each Lostbelt to govern it. After I rewatched the anime OVA of the Lost Room anime OVA, there was a few things I wanted to take note of. One being that Lev didn't account for humanity having another way to transverse time and space besides Chaldeus when he built it. That being the paper moon and the shadow border. He just mentions in it that, he's like, I didn't take that into account. Which is kind of off. I don't know what that means yet, but it's just worth noting that Lev Lenore just didn't know that. He knew then, but like in the last moments, he said, oh shit, I didn't account for Chaldea having a second way to be able to stop our plans, essentially. I don't know what that means just yet, but that's just something I wanted to note down. The second note being that apparently Olga Mary's father, Marisbury Animisphere, was the one that named the Team A Masters the Cryptors. She didn't go into any more further detail than that, but I had originally thought that the aliens had given the title Cryptors to the Masters since I hadn't heard it before, but apparently Marisbury did, so that's just worth noting. Whether or not that has any significance yet, I have no idea. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent. Yo, CZ with the raid, thank you so much. We are about to start Lostbelt 2. You came in just in time. Thank you so much for the raid. I am just going over the last bit of my notes. One sec here. We are talking like very early Lostbelt spoilers, so anyone who hasn't done any of the Lostbelts yet, just letting you know, now is the time to leave. I don't want to spoil anyone on accident. I'm going into Lostbelt 2, so if you're at that point or further, you've got nothing to worry about, but I'm just talking early Lostbelt spoilers at the moment, going into Lostbelt 2. So the last thing I wanted to note from the Lost Room OVA that I noted down was the hypothesis I had that Galahad, I mentioned this earlier, I think, but I think Galahad, the first time I watched it, I thought Galahad was merely warning us, but the second time I watched the OVA, the scene where he talks to the main character felt more like a threat than a warning. It might be my own delusions. Make no mistake, there's still a lot of context that I lack concerning the Lostbelts and all that, but my own inner detective definitely has him as a suspect for an enemy of humanity at the moment. Like I mentioned earlier, him helping us defeat Gadia and then dipping right afterwards just seems extremely sus to me, and I think it'd be real cool if we end up fighting Galahad near the end. That would be interesting to me. All right, that is all for my notes. Sorry, that was a brick wall, but I think it'll be cool for me to just jot down all my feelings of the story and all my predictions for the future before we go into every other Lostbelt. I think it'd be interesting. What is up, everyone? CZ, thank you again for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We also got new emotes for everyone in chat. Those are the new FGO emotes. I have 2 more coming. It's a Castoria one called Cashtoria, where she's got a wad of cash, and then the other one is my first ever animated emote, which is going to be Gigamesh, which is just Giga Chad, but Gilgamesh, and so that's a funny one. But those are currently getting approved on Twitch, so hopefully soon they'll be up. Thank you for all the follows, everyone. CZ, again, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you, King. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Gilgamesh. All right. Rush through if you want to get to Oku. Yeah, that's actually what I'm doing. For the past for the past month and a half, I think I've been trying to get through the story. 2 months ago, we were at Camelot, and so I've literally been rushing through the story, getting through like a story chapter a week, trying to get to Lostbelt 3 just so we can participate in Oku. That's been the plan. I'm super excited. That was your idea, Blanket? Yeah, let's go. Yeah, the chat came up with some awesome names for emotes. How long has it been since I started FGO? I've been playing for like 2 years, but it took me forever to get through the story because I just was not invested in the early chapters of FGO. I found so boring. But once I got to Camelot, shit really picked up, and I've just been going through the story since then. It's been a really fun time. But you can see right there, total logins, 649. So about 2 years I've been playing now. And yeah, I used to be someone that literally just played to roll the gacha and level up my servants. That's all I did. And then I would just get some materials from my for my servants, the ones I needed from events that just required like the Fiyuki. And I played FGO for like a year like that. Just rolling the gacha and then leveling up servants was all I did for the game. And I didn't start getting into the story until recently because Camelot was so good, and it's just been a non-stop ride since then. Still had your beginner bonuses. You rushed through all the story. Oh shit. Monka steer through the Lostbelts. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd start with the easy stuff and then get to the hard stuff. Yeah, I've definitely seen the difficulty increase. That's for sure. All right, let's get into it though. Here we go. The Eternal Icy Fire Century. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce the name of the Lostbelt. Holy moly! All right, here we go though. I'm excited. We also have robo voice, so I can talk over the when I'm talking on the comms. We can use the robo voice. Isn't that cool? Yep. Chat. Also, y'all gonna have to remind me if I forget to turn one of the voice changer things off.
Like I have auto tune. Yes, auto tune. I can't hear myself, so I don't know when the voice changer's on or off. So if it sounds like it's been on for a while and I haven't noticed that I forgot to turn it off, let me know and I'll turn it off. So because I can't hear myself, so I don't know if it's on or off.
All right, should be off now. It finally works. Yup. All right. Gawain is horrible. Yeah, he is. He's a little sussy baka.
Did I do that?
All right, so we ended. So this Lostbelt kicks in right where the last one ended off, which was we exited Lostbelt 1 as it was collapsing, and we came out to the sea of emptiness with the planet just glassed by the aliens, right? And we got a distress signal, and that's where we're picking up Lostbelt 2. Cool. So we got over the radio. I repeat, I am a mage from proper human history. Please come find me at the following coordinates. This is Baldanders, the Wandering Sea. The Wandering Sea? The Wandering Sea? The Wandering Sea? That's one of the 3 great organizations of the Magecraft world. There's the Clock Tower in London, the Atlas Institute in Egypt, and the oldest of them all, the Wandering Sea. It was located on an island from the Age of Gods, hidden in the northern oceans. Does this mean it still exists? Gasp. Gawain the Rock Johnson. That's the first time I've heard that. That's amazing. Munair. What voice did I did? I did a really fucking nerdy voice for him, I think. Atmospheric analysis complete. Nitrogen, oxygen, argon, and the carbon dioxide levels are all green. The mana in the atmosphere is almost identical to levels in the 21st century. I'm not picking up any harmful trace substances either. So we still have breathable air, even in this creepy bleached world. Well, that means we can park the shadow border and go have a look for ourselves. What do you think, Max? Doesn't that sound intriguing? Stepping out into a world of sheer nothing in every direction? Ha ha ha! Of course it does! First we'll go and get some fresh air, and then we'll look for food. I'm kind of interested, but you still haven't told me what the Wandering Sea actually is. Queen the gorilla. Triple Buster, baby. Budget Nobu. Cryptic silence. Empty smile. Okay, Gordoff. You don't know either, do you? Oh, that's so good. Of course I do, you dolt. Gordoff Music is not a man to pretend to know something he doesn't. The Mages Association isn't a monolith, I'll have you know. Just because I used to work at the clock tower doesn't mean I've ever been to a supposedly living wandering sea at the North Sea. Oh, you've only heard the rumors. I thought you were some big important family, old man. Don't you call me that, Double Chin. If I must spell it out for you, then here it is. The Wandering Sea of the Baldanders is the first enigma ever discovered in the world of Magecraft, and it will be the last to be puzzled out. It's an island so mysterious and full of mystics that even such a gifted mage of an incredibly prestigious bloodline as myself may not even set foot on it. It's true. That all fits with what's in Chaldea's database. It says that through the Mages Association has been around since the start of the AD era. It also split into 3 branches shortly after its inception. The mages who settled in London evolved with the times and focused on developing magecraft over the course of history. That faction went on to become the Clock Tower, the largest and most powerful magecraft organization in the world. Its members include the Animosphere family, the founders of Chaldea, and Mr. Gordoff here. Quite so. Here in the 21st century, the Mages Association and the Clock Tower are all but yeah. Gasp. Saber will always be the most gorilla deck. Praise Lasagna. We got 1 St. Quartz for their blunder. Gasp, 1 St. Quartz. 1 St. Quartz is comma guaranteed. Yep. The next major faction in the Atlas Institute is Egypt. They're dedicated to perfecting alchemy. We actually infiltrated their headquarters once during the 6th Singularity. It was a huge research complex, almost like a giant crypt built deep underground, and as easy as it was to get in, it was really hard to get out. The Atlas Institute's ironclad rule is that technology created there must never leave. But Chaldea's first director was granted an exemption thanks to the Atlas contract. The technology he was able to take from the Atlas Institute enabled him to complete Chaldeus. It was also the Atlas Institute that presented him with the Void Reality Observation Device, Paper Moon, one of the finest mystic codes ever made. Indeed, they seldom poke their noses out of their little hole in the ground, but I am told they do converse with lords, albeit as little as possible. They may be a heartless bunch who only care about weapons and technology, but they can be rather useful if you play your cards right. And finally, the last faction is the Wandering Sea, the Baldanders. Am I pronouncing that right? Baldanders? Hopefully. Said to be somewhere in the North Sea. However, the most I could find about them was a brief overview, even in Chaldea's extensive files. It said that their cardinal rule is to only recognize magecraft from the Age of Gods and refuse to accept any advancements or alterations urged by civilization. In essence, their ideology is the exact opposite of the Clock Tower's. Indeed, refusing to accept progress in the magecraft means refusing to accept consumer civilization. The Wandering Sea's philosophy of magecraft is fundamentally incompatible with the modern human society. That is why they kept their gates firmly shut, and why they seldom add to their number. In other words, they're a bunch of old fuddy-duddies obsessed with magecraft so ancient, it has to be measured with their carbon dating. That said, they do open their gates just once every year to try to recruit a promising new talent. But even among mages of the Clock Tower, their number who actually make it to the Wandering Sea can be counted on one hand. Do you see my point? I'm saying the Wandering Sea is every bit as secretive as the Atlas Institute, just in a different way. No one from the outside has ever been able to get the full story, the reason being, as the name suggests, the Wandering Sea is always on the move. Most who know of it believe it to be a floating island somewhere in the North Sea, but it is, in fact, the very opposite. The Wandering Sea's headquarters were built before the AD era began, and they never move at all. It is instead the sea in which they are located that moves around, a world unto itself in many ways. That is almost certainly why its location still remains a secret even in the 21st century. Land that moves around while placing mystic textures on itself. I see. That would make it its own independent singularity. It would also explain how it was able to escape whatever turned the Earth's surface into an endless white desert. All this time they've been turning their noses at us, but the moment things go south, they don't have any issue sending us a distress signal. Some successor to true mystics they turned out to be. They should try taking a page from our book. We're the ones who made it through Russia by the skin of our teeth with no outside help. We're the ones who are currently flailing about with no plan. At least you understand that the situation is still pretty dire, I guess. Given the present circumstances, it looks like the people of the Wandering Sea have decided to bend their rules in order to offer us a lifeboat. Why is there no music? At any rate, Administrative Advisor Holmes, I have a question for you. I would like to be as certain as possible. What do you make of this? Can we trust their distress signal and genuine? I'm afraid I can't speak to that. What do you think, Da Vinci? Radio time. Could go either way from the look of it. This transmission isn't part of the clock tower standards, but its wavelength is pretty close to the waveforms of the Atlas Institute uses. Since we don't have any data about the Wandering Sea ourselves, I can't really give you a definitive answer. Still, I can verify that there's definitely something to be found at these coordinates. Whatever their story is, if there's a Magecraft workshop there, I'd really like to at least check it out. I know we managed to stretch things with the materials we got in Russia, but there are still limits to what the Shadow Border can do. What I really want to do is return the whole frame from scratch, but I doubt we'll be finding much in the way of materials considering the entire world seems to be an empty wasteland. These coordinates from the Wandering Sea would put it in the seas west of Norway. We could go through the Scandinavian peninsula or turn north at Germany and cut across Denmark. We just left Moscow heading west, so it will take a few days to reach them regardless of our route. Assuming that the border can convert the mana in the atmosphere into electricity, that just leaves the question of food. What if we go to the Wandering Sea via zero sail? Can't we just, pop over there? No zero sails. As technical advisor, I expressively forbid it. Even if we are going to run into another one of those storm walls along the way, we need to stick to the surface as much as possible. But why? And did you just say there are more of those storm walls? Explain yourself, technical advisor. If there's another storm wall in our path, doesn't that mean running straight into another Lostbelt? We don't have any other choice, Gordolf. Not with the two big problems we're facing. First, there's the small matter of the Wandering Sea living up to its name. These coordinates they sent us are all over the place. Literally, in fact, they're in constant state of flux, nothing definite or precise. With coordinates like these, it would be very risky to try zero sailing there with the paper moon. So until and unless we go to the Wandering Sea directly and forge some kind of connection to it, a long-distance zero sail is out of the question. Second, and this is the real problem, we don't have the energy. Yes, Holmes so helpfully suggested converting mana into electricity as if it were a simple matter, but that can only get us so far. The conversion rate isn't efficient enough, so we'd end up spending more power than we can produce, which would make a long zero sail trip fatal. After all, no more power means no more working life support systems, and I don't know about you guys, but I sure don't want to be out in this bleached white world all by myself. Good point. The logic walls we have to put up in void space do use a lot of power. At our current energy levels, I don't think the border could last 2 hours there, and like Da Vinci said, we don't even have the exact coordinates we need. Grr. So what? Are you saying we needed to enter another Lostbelt if we're going to reach this possible hope for salvation? Or where is this new Lostbelt anyway? If we use atypical world map, then the entire Scandinavian peninsula is covered by one of those storm walls. Another half a day or so of driving and you should all get to see the closest thing to the edge of the world for yourselves. I take it you mean this white, featureless ground will continue until we exit Russian territory, then. At any rate, we have two possible routes to the Wandering Sea's designated coordinates. One that takes us across the Scandinavian peninsula, and one that brings us out to the sea via Poland and Germany. Da Vinci, in your estimation, which of these is our best chance? Should we go by land or by sea? I think making a sea voyage would be a lot to ask for the border. We could perhaps get through the Strait of Dover. But to be honest, I'd rather we keep our distances from the British Isles since we have no idea about the state of the oceans just now.
So what I'm saying is, I think the overland route is the best choice right now.
Good grief. No sooner are we done with one Lostbelt than we're off to a second. Your thoughts, Mr. Max? Honestly, that's a scary thought. Are there any other regions we could cross? An excellent question. I want to know what's going on in the rest of the world too. What about Europe, for instance?
The Scandinavian peninsula is the only place with a storm wall. I'm not seeing anything on the Greek side whatsoever. Also, I didn't mention this before because I didn't want to upset you, but I'm not seeing anything from England at all. We need more powerful observation equipment than what the Shadow Border's got to see what's happening with the British Isles.
Grr, so you're set on having us cross the Scandinavian peninsula then, aren't you, Da Vinci? Alright, we've come this far after leaving Moscow, so at the border's current speed. We should reach the peninsula in about 2 days. Very well then, use that time to make sure we're fully prepared. Manair, if we run into anything we could use to shore up our defenses along the way, take the opportunity to stop the border and ensure everything is in good working order. Da Vinci, you look after the little demi-servant girl. I can't have her falling down on the job. Holmes, come with me. We're going to the solitary confinement chamber.
Solitary confinement? Mr. Gordoff, does that mean...
Of course. I'm going there to interrogate Kadok. He should be waking up any time now. Oh yeah, we took him with us, didn't we? I forgot about that. It's time for me to put my brilliant questioning skills to use. When I'm through with him, he'll have told us what the cryptors are, what Wodheim is planning, everything. Mark my words.
I'm coming too.
Don't you look at me like that. You need the right people for the right job. I admit, I may not be the best fit for interrogation, but you, even less so. Don't you worry. Kadok may be something of a twisted little brat, but he's a growing boy. Merely tempt him with food and he'll be putty in my hands. Trust me, one whiff of my creamy carbonara will turn his complexion from sour milk to sunflowers in an instant. Worry not, Mr. Max. I'll see to it that the interrogation doesn't devolve into violence. In fact, I have my own questions I wish to ask him. I have a fairly good idea of the Cryptor's goals now, and I also believe I know the extent of Kadok's personal knowledge. However, there are still 2 important things I know little about, the Tree of Emptiness and the Cirrus Light command spell of his. Granted, oh yeah, he tried to use some kind of Cirrus Light command spell at the end there before our boy, Billy the Kid took him out. Granted, the latter is something Kadok merely mentioned once, and may not be that improper. Monka. An emergency alert? What's all this about? I thought we weren't supposed to be in any more... I thought there weren't supposed to be any more Oprashnik.
We're not out of the Russian woods yet. Something's approaching us at high speed. It's closing in on our port side at over 90 kilometers per hour. Come on, Manair, floor it before it catches up to us.
Did I do that?
I can't. We're just about to go uphill. The border can't go any faster.
Oh, crap. I'm picking up a heat signature, too. It's an RPG. Impact in 3, 2... What the
I felt that. Please tell me that wasn't a direct hit, Da Vinci. Damage report. Is the engine intact? Are we going to have to bail in the middle of this race? I'm sure the damage is negligible. And our armor is still perfectly intact. We shouldn't need to do more than wipe off the scorch mark. The Shadow Border's armor is a composite of cutting-edge technology and magecraft theory. Normal weapons can't even scratch it.
Well, that's not what I'm seeing, Holmes. That blast took out one of our armor plates. Another hit like that, and we'll be in deep shit.
Huh? Really? Some great detective you are. Then that means I remember now. This is the same sort of explosion I felt way back 2 weeks ago when I was just a hapless, albeit handsome man being shot at with an anti-material rifle. What? This can only mean that Koyanskaya is back to finish off the job. It might really be curtains this time.
Fo-fo! Spare us the trip down memory lane, old man. Come on, Holmes, do something.
Right, my apologies. I'm not used to eating crow. Evacuate all staff in the portside hallway to the engine room immediately. Miss Kirei and I will go and have to deal with this attack. On that note, Miss Kirei, I would like you to put up a magical energy barrier in the internal hallway so as to fend off any possible second round. I trust you're able to do... trust you're alright with that, Max? I am. Go for it, Mash.
Don't worry, Senpai. I won't let them put up one more scratch up on the border. The hostile entity should reach the border in 50 meters. Putting up a visual now.
Grr, they must think they're hot stuff. Their vehicle must have an impressive suspension if they're heading straight at us, though. I didn't think Russia had any race cars like that around. All right, where are you, you little leftover opperschnick? Let's see what you look like. What the actual hell?
That's not a vehicle. It's a person. Someone is approaching on foot. Wait, that silhouette.
What? This man is just... Clergy vestments and a Lostbelt servant reading. It's that priest, the one who calls himself Metropolitan Macarius. Literally running. Nice voices, thank you. Sorry I'm not reading chat as much, everyone. I try my best to read in between the story chapters, but I like to focus on it because we're kind of in a rush to be able to get to Oku. He's actually just running, dude. I woke up when I thought I heard a voice calling me. It was a cold, almost brittle kind of voice. Where am I? I guess this means I'm still alive. Oh, this is Kadok, okay. Was that RPG just him throwing a sword? Dude, might as well be. There's a dull ache in the back of my head where I got pistol whipped. He sure wasn't playing around. God damn cowboy. Shouldn't outlaws be cool and laid back and all that? This shaking. Am I in a vehicle? This must be the shadow border. I try to assess the circumstances as best I can in this dimly lit place. Looks like they took me prisoner. They bound my hands, but now I can move around. They'd bound my hands, but now I can move around freely. The anti-magecraft cuffs they must have used on me are lying in pieces on the floor. Did I break them unconsciously while I was out? No, I couldn't have. I know I'm not capable of that. Why are the cuffs so damn cold? Did someone just freeze them enough to turn brittle? Or maybe it's her farewell gift to me. Ugh, the thought even entered my mind makes me sick. I don't have time to get all sentimental. Now that I've failed, I don't have the right. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to waste this opportunity if I'm going to make a getaway. Is someone attacking the shadow border from the outside? But the only ones who would do that are the cryptors. Does that mean someone's here to rescue me? No, there's no chance of that. They're here to shut me up. There's no other reason anyone would waste their time on a loser like me. Alright, I just can't sit around and wait for them to kill me. First off, I've got to find a way out of here. After that, who knows? Escaping's all I can hope for now. Once that's done, I'll just have to see where the wind takes me. Damn it, there goes another one. What's the situation? Mash raised her shield just in time. That one barely did anything. Way to go, Mash! Fo-fo! The hostile servant is still in pursuit of the border's port side. Wait, is he about to fire again? How many rounds of that thing did he bring with him? Grr, I just noticed the NFF services marking on that thing. It must be one of Koyanskaya's weapons. No wonder it was able to damage the magecraft armor. That said, it looks like that priest is all sermon and no rod, like pearls before swine. So to gold before music, I suppose. Shut the fuck up. The only one who could properly handle a modern magecraft weapon like that is Koyanskaya.
Wait, what? The hatch is open! Why is the hatch open? Gordov, quick! Check the internal surveillance cameras! I think someone opened the border's hatch and got outside!
There's someone on the starboard ramp! What? That can't be right. You expect me to believe someone is hanging off the side of this thing like some kind of action move? Wait, that's Kadok. Just how many adventure-crazed nuts are there around here?
I thought there was something on us. The signal's headed towards the deck now.
Grr, so he's trying to take advantage of the confusion to escape, eh? Come on, Max. We're taking that hatch and going up there too. Do not let Kadok get away. I have a mountain of questions I still need to ask him. Right. Shut up, old man. You again, huh? Figures you'd show up. You're looking a little less dazed now. Glad to see you're back to your usual happy-go-lucky nonsense. Looks like you're back up and at him too. Yeah, Patsy snapped me out of it. I see. So that Yaga's dead now, huh? I would have won if it not for him. Guess that stupid speech of his was potent shit for you. He was a thorn in my side, but even I gotta admit he was a hell of a guy. I won't repeat the mistake of writing someone like him off as a loser. Enough chit-chat already, Zemlum. I always say the M, dude. I can't say his last name right. Get back inside the border now, and I'll make sure you're treated fairly under the international law. Trust me, you don't want to be stupid and go jumping off a moving vehicle like this. I can tell you from experience that you'll regret it. You'll end up dead, and we'll have lost you. Show me that you're willing to help us, and I'll be willing to put in a good word for you with the association. You don't have to threaten me. I thought there might be a lifeboat or something out here, but there's nothing. Getting out here was a huge pain in the ass, and it looks like it was all for nothing. Once I might have jumped off just to spite you, but now I've got a promise to keep. I can't go throwing my life away. You want to interrogate me, right? Fine, I'll tell you everything you want to know. That's a small price to pay for survival. At this point, I don't care what it takes to stay alive. Excellent. This makes my little insurance trip out here well worth it. Turn around, you idiot! Kadok! No! Rasputin, you son of a... Why, if it isn't the Gordolf music, how nice to see you again. All right, chat, tell me if I think my deep voice might be... I think the voice changer I have for a deep voice is too deep for Kirei, but let me know if you like the voice changer better. Let me know if 1 or 2. So 1, why, if it isn't Gordolf music, how nice to see you again. Or would you prefer 2, which is...
Why, if it isn't Gordolf music, how nice to see you again.
Do you want 1 or 2? 1 or 2, chat. One. Yeah, I think two is a little too deep, right? Kirei doesn't even have that deep a voice. That's what 2 is just so funny. That's what I thought. That one, the number 2 voice changer I have, that one is specifically for like if I go against like a monster or like a beast or something. I was not expecting to. The 2 one I have for like a beast or some like a godlike figure. Like that's the voice I probably would have used for Ivan the Terrible last chapter. I love chat's reaction. All right, I'll keep the normal voice then. Why, if it isn't Gordolf music, how nice to see you again. You too, Master of Chaldea. Allow me to offer my congratulations on successfully taking down Russia. Let go of him right now! I'm afraid I can't do that. I have my own concerns, you understand, of course. My job was to oversee Kadok. I can't... His last name, chat corrected me on it. I cannot say the P without putting an M in front of it. I don't know why. It's Zemlumpus. Zemlumpus. That's how you're supposed to say it, but I always say Zemlumpus. Whatever. My job was to oversee Kadok Zemlumpus. My job was to oversee Kadok Zemlumpus' role as a cryptor, and that role has come to an end. So I thought I would give him as merciful a send-off as possible. Grr, as if Da Vinci wasn't enough, now he's gone and stabbed Kadok in the back too! As a gentleman, I'm honor bound to stop him, but my Goth punch will never work on him. His Goth punch. Damn it, where's Holmes when you need him? I thought he was always supposed to be 2 steps ahead. Not to worry, Director Gordolf. Eliminating all of you isn't my job description. Russia is currently my sole jurisdiction, you see. As such, I needed to handle this before you'd left the area entirely. I hope you can forgive the necessity of my resorting to such drastic measures, unbefitting of my age though they are. I'm afraid I lack Koyanskaya's ability to move between Lostbelts. I'm limited to getting around the same way you do. As a middle manager of sorts, I'm not able to go to the next Lostbelt without the foreign god's permission. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting note we didn't know before. So, Koyanskaya has the ability to move between Lostbelts, whereas the priest, Kirei, has to get permission from the alien god to go into different Lostbelts. Interesting, okay. So, gotta keep that in mind. Foreign god. Intriguing. Would you be so good as to tell us more, Metropolitarian Macarius? Can we stop calling him that?
I'm sorry I'm late, Master. Huh? Caddock?
Now then, I'd best be on my way. I hope you won't mind my saving the answer to your question for our next meeting, Sherlock. Oh, but before I go, I would at least like to put a stop to this false name you've been using for me. My true name is Rasputin. Grigory Rasputin. Hopefully I said that right. That said, I confess that the spirit origin doesn't belong to me. I'm simply borrowing it from a dead man. I deduced all that long ago, my dear priest. My concerns are more fundamental in nature. Where did you acquire that dead man? In proper human history, Kotomine Kirei's body was cremated. So how did you come to take possession of a dead man without a body? Oh, I'm sure you'll figure that out sooner or later, Sherlock. That is, after all, what you do. You once called the incineration of humanity a mythological murder case. In which case, go ahead and label this attack the same way as yourself who committed this crime. Ask yourself who committed this crime and how. Once you have arrived at that answer, we will meet again. How did he know? He knew. He was watching us at the Atlas Institute or what? When that day comes, I look forward to you accusing the culprit in person. Dude, he's such a creep.
Father Kotomine, I mean, Rasputin has made off with Caddock. Oh, what should we do, Senpai? Maybe if we turn the border around now.
Don't bother. We'll never catch up, and we can't risk going back to Russia. We'll just have to give up on the interrogating Caddock. This was my fault. I should have considered that someone may pursue us. Damn. So we never get to... I thought Caddock was going to be with us for the journey.
Damn it. I can't believe I got knocked out again. Sneaking up on people and stabbing them is kind of your thing, huh? I think my heart actually stopped for a while back there.
Indeed, it did. If it hadn't, do you really think Holmes would have just let us escape so easily? No, if he had realized you were still alive, they would have come back to retrieve you. I couldn't let that happen. Not after Kishtaria asked me to bring you back to Olympus. Oh, there we go. There's the hint to his Lostbelt.
Is that so? Well, it doesn't matter either way. You wasted your time, Rasputin.
Oh?
Whether Chaldea kills me or Wodheim does it, I'll be just as dead. Now that I've failed, I don't belong with either of them. I'm just going to be an example to the other cryptors. What? What is it? If you've got something to say, then spit it out, father.
Apologies. I was just thinking how much easier my job would be if Kishtaria was that sort of person. At any rate, it's clear what's going to happen to you. You may have lost your right to run a Lostbelt, but you still have your Sirius Light. Oh, or Sirius Light, I think is how it said. That command spell belongs to our god. As long as you possess it, your life does not belong to you alone. You no longer have the option of throwing your life away, Katak Zemlapus. Your fate is to have every last bit of your soul squeezed out of you until the day you die. What? Okay, Monka S. Oh, we don't even have the map yet.
I don't think I did my free thing.
My free St. Quartz. There we go. All right, next chapter. Grigori Rasputin, or am I tripping? Maybe. I have no idea. We can look it up. It's not too important because we're probably gonna call him Rasputin more than the first name. Grigori pronunciation.
Grigori.
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 I like the accent. It's been 2 days since Rasputin, the pseudo-servant, attacked. The Chaldeans are currently on their way to the Lostbelt in Scandinavia. Everything is so white. The world's blank slate have never seemed so appropriate. It's like the entire surface has been reset. Nothing but pure white wherever you look. Everything is gone. Nature, civilization, even the flora and fauna have completely disappeared. No, not disappeared. It's more like they've been pruned away. All there is to see in every direction is a pure white plain, though there were a few topographical exceptions along the way. It looked like the remains of some buildings, but they appeared to have been warped by extreme heat or destroyed in some kind of shockwave. I was right! They literally glassed the planet. Holy shit. God damn. They literally fucking glassed the planet like Halo Reach. Holy fuck. Whatever the case, or whatever the cause, upon closer inspection, one could see that they had been once been man-made structures of some kind. Earth got reached. This led to Max and his allies stepping out of the shadow border to investigate further. The atmospheric composition was normal, the air was breathable, and the gravity was the same as before. There was no need for a hazard suit or a spacesuit of anything of the sort. Good thing you didn't have to get all dressed up like an astronaut, huh? Said Leonardo da Vinci with a cherubic smile. Never heard that word before.
Look, Senpai, you can see them up ahead. Buildings.
What the fuck?
It looks like even the buildings have been bleached. That explains why we couldn't see them at a distance.
Why do they look all cubical? What the hell?
Those are buildings, aren't they? If there are any survivors here, we should bring them back to the border as soon as...
She trailed off all of a sudden, probably because of what she saw was beyond anything she could have imagined. No one could blame her. Anyone else would have been agape agape at the bizarre sight before them. The color had been drained out of everything. Some parts of the buildings even looked as though they had been rubbed away with an eraser. The whole thing looked like some bizarre postmodern art exhibit and was all the more baffling by being in the middle of a bleached desert. There were no signs of life anywhere, not even the remains of what once had been alive. It all looked so sterile, especially for ruins. It was the sort of thing you'd only see in dreams. Everyone back on the border seeing it on their monitors must have thought they were looking at footage from an alien planet.
Well, let's go in. There might be something inside.
Thank you for the follow. Earth had changed. It had been completely bleached, a planet now totally devoid of life, with the exception of the Lostbelts. But even when it had been reset to a blank slate, there were still some places, some buildings, some life forms that had survived. Chaldea decided to call these remnants. Epic of Remnant? Question mark? Today was the first contact they had with these sorts of remnants, these buildings that had been left behind on this newly blank Earth. Despite the new director's pessimistic outlook, the other staff couldn't ignore the possibility, however slight, that there might still be other survivors. But even though they never did find any other people, their investigation wasn't for nothing. Because they did find signs of life, signs that someone had survived all this and had been there had been here before us. Here near the Scandinavian Lostbelt, in what used to be the Helsinki, the capital of Finland. Finland! Missed! Were signs in these buildings that someone, somewhere, was still alive. Signs that someone had been living here for days, weeks, maybe even months. Empty bottles, piles of canned food, the remains of communication device that someone had clearly spent a great deal of effort trying to repair. There was even something that looked like a doll lying on the floor, a sign that a young child had been among the survivors. And above all, they found something that had clearly been left behind with intent.
According to this journal, it looks like someone here was as recent as 2 days ago. The last entry is dated the day before yesterday. It looks like there were still 6 survivors at first, but over time their numbers gradually dwindled until... In the end, whoever wrote this journal must have been the last one to disappear. Where could they have gone?
Unfortunately, though whoever wrote the journal had excellent penmanship, it was a language that Max could not read. It could have been Finnish, or maybe Swedish. Either way, it may as well have been Greek to Max.
Why did this happen to our planet? Why do these invaders from another world hate humanity so much?
If nothing else, those final questions written on the last page were clear. Why? 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 That is all these people could ask, even as they were wiped away, almost as though they were being punished for seeking meaning in their crisis.
It's time, Master. Let's head back to the border. We're almost in Sweden now. You should rest up for the coming battles.
As they left the remnants behind, one thought haunted each and every one of them. Nowhere was there so much as a trace of blood or a hint of violence. Soon, the Shadow Border will enter the second Lostbelt. Will it be a hellish wasteland, inhospitable to life, or perhaps... Damn. God, dude, this is so good. So that's what these storm walls look like from the outside. They're just big bubble domes.
Yep, finally about to take the plunge into the Scandinavian Lostbelt, and not because we have no other choice like with Russia. This time, we choose to do it ourselves. As you all saw, there's a tree of emptiness here as well, though at a distance, it looks more like a faint pillar of light than a tree.
Yes, quite so. We may not know what it looks like on the inside, but we do know exactly what we need to do. This is a Lostbelt, a place carved out of a history different from our own. There is no telling what horrors may await us here. But once we cut down that tree of emptiness, thingamabob, the Lostbelt will return to its original state and the storm wall will disappear.
Yep, but I think we should put this particular tree of emptiness investigation off until later. Our priority is to slip through the Scandinavia and get to the Wandering Sea. Depending on what it's like in there, we might be able to just ignore the Lostbelt. If we're going to invade this place, we should do so after we've improved our offensive options at the Wandering Sea. It won't do for Max and Mash to only be the only two ever risking their necks on the front lines.
I just hope this transmission really was from the Wandering Sea. So what now? I thought those storm walls were impenetrable. That we can penetrate using the Shadow Border's primary function. That storm is approximately 2 kilometers wide, so we will cross it via a zero sail. Huh? You mean we're going to dive back into the void space? Come now, surely I'm not the only one who was wildly uncomfortable seeing his soul leave his body, was I? I mean, is it just me, or is looking down at your own body in third person a truly unsettling experience? 1000% seconded. You're just going to have to deal, Gordov. You're kidding me. You mean you're completely fine with it? Doesn't it bother you, having a bird's eye view to your own life?
Oh, of course it makes us all feel sick, but you're the commander now, yeah? So frickin' suck it up, would you? Honestly, I've gotten used to it. I mean, a short hop through void space is nothing compared to a ray shift. Not that I've ever ray shifted myself, of course.
Now don't you start talking back to me, Miner. Ray shift schmay shift. Clearly the zero sale program that began under my new administration is a far more impressive achievement. Holmes, Da Vinci, prepare the Shadow Border for takeoff. Indeed, Gordolf. I, for one, am truly inspired after your little speech. And well done on your part, Mr. Miner. That will be one less thing to worry about during our dive.
Okay, places everyone. Time to strap in for today's out-of-body experience. The good news is, we're not going to dive as deeply as we did last time. We're just going to skim under the surface, so to speak, so that we stick to reality, space-time, and distance ourselves as closely as possible. We have to do it like that, since we don't have anything tying us to Scandinavia. It'll be like a split-second dive into a two-dimensional plane. Think of it like going scuba diving without an oxygen tank. We just need to hold our breath for a little bit while we make our way through the wall. All set, Max? Do you know we'll be setting foot into another brand new world soon, right?
I'm well aware. Let's go where no man has gone before. Again!
Got it. Okay then, let's go see what's on the other side of this wall. Expanding void reality observation device Paper Moon. Destination, southern Sweden, near Norrköping. Expanding logical formula on Shadow Border's armor. Removing existence verification for reality space. Future prediction, hypothetical, prove mirror world plane in 20 seconds. Relaxing space-time friction decompression for 0.4 seconds. All systems are green. Void space may be a calm sea, but as always, don't forget to watch out for big waves. Shadow Border, untether from reality. Void space, dive 0, sail unfurl.
Peace, lovin'. Thanks for hanging. What's up? I'm gonna butcher the name. I'm sorry. Yuga Toniko? How you doing? And they say FGO is bland. Nah, this story is so fucking good. I like that whole scene where we got to see what was outside the Lostbelts for the first time. That was really cool. Yeah, this is already way better than part 1. I really enjoy this. We haven't even gotten to the second Lostbelt yet and I already like it more than part 1. All right, here we go. And this is the Lostbelt that gives me the giant rings, which I really need because there's a few different servants I have that need giant rings. Good luck. Thank you, Lovin'. Bye. Have a good one. Give me luck for Arc. I bless you, Berserk. Good luck. All right. Next quest, entering the Lostbelt. Here we go. I've always hated Sundays. Whoa. Is it because I hate my father? No. Is it because I hate my mother? No, it's not that either. When I was little, I wholeheartedly embraced their dreams for me. Or was it they? When I was little, I wholeheartedly embraced their dreams for me. I really thought everything they talked about would come true. I didn't need to hate them. I didn't even need much in the way of a parental love from them. I believed that I would one day reach the 6th imaginary element, just as they wanted. I would be the one to make my family's long-held dream come true. I had gained the power I needed to accomplish that. But even so, I hated Sundays. I detested them even. What's the 6th imaginary element? Can I look that up, chat, or is that a big spoiler? Is it okay if I look up what 6th imaginary element means? Because I know imaginary element was like void space because that's what's on the like Sakura CE, right? Yeah, it's not a spoiler? Okay, cool. FGO 6th imaginary element. Is that what she said, right? Yeah. The sixth imaginary factor, also known as daemon, is a force that reacts to desires of humans and births demons out of their wishes. It needs a form invented by humans, similar to how it happens at higher level spirits, in order to materialize itself as a passive existence. Interesting. Okay. But even so, I hated Sundays, detested them even. I loathed having to spend all day Sunday at home, the home I grew up in, with my parents. From the time I woke up until the time I went to bed, it felt as though a giant ceiling was crushing me to death. I don't hate my parents, I respect them, I'm proud of them. That much has never changed. So then, what did I hate about Sundays?
Report from the computer room. Report from the computer room. So far, this zero sail is looking just peachy. Just kick back and enjoy this little voyage through the sea of time. We've got 150 kilometers to cross at our current reduced speed. I think it should take us about an hour or so.
Foe?
Uh-oh, somebody's not happy about this trip. What happened to all of that bluster you were just sprouting about a little while ago? I know this is only our second voyage, but you should still be used to this by now. Am I wrong, Gordolf?
Oh, yes. Did you need something, technical advisor? Is it tea time already? No. Something you're worried about, Commander? Of course not. I wouldn't waste my time on foolish sentiment. I thought I would feel better after we defeated the servant who destroyed Chaldea, but I don't at all. My poor four flush, they were the finest private army I ever had. They may have been a bunch of thugs and hoodlums, but they did their job damn well. After this whole mess is sorted out, I'll need to pay out their life insurance, once I can scrape together more than a penny to my name, of course. That said, this way of getting around really is beyond the pale. I'm a man of the land, not the sea. Not that I'd hesitate to board a submarine to save humanity, of course. But this, I may be better about seasickness now, but I don't think I'll ever get used to this zero sail nonsense.
So you still feel bad even though you're not seasick? Are you claustrophobic or something?
Foe! No, I'm not claustrophobic. I mean, that I don't care for this void space business. It's not something it's just not something I'm going to get used to. Let me be clear, getting used to danger means losing sight of security. Oversights, betrayals, bankruptcy, victories getting revoked by judges, all sorts of retribution stem from carelessness and arrogance. You can't assume everything will be sunshine and roses just because things happen to go your way once. Not to mention, verifying the existence of void space may not be a great feat, I'll admit. But to be honest, you still don't have a clue what it even is, do you? Dude, Gordolf is kind of growing on me, chat. I remember y'all were telling me that he was going to grow on me. He's kind of growing on me because even though he's a dumb idiot and he's like a rich snob that was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he does say some smart things every now and then like that. Good morning, Jason. How you doing? Currently doing what you're doing on the JP server and rest of the story. Oh, yeah. Also, Jason, since you're a sub, I thought I'd mention the new sub emotes are out. We got some new FGO emotes. Yeah. The duality of servers. Oof. What was he saying? I'll admit, to be honest, you still have no clue what it even is, do you? Well, no, not really. Why are you looking at me? I'm making a rule never to get on any machine I can't drive myself, and yet... Oh, void space is something only a tiny handful of mages have ever so much as touched. Just thinking about floating around in there makes me... Oh no, I think I'm about to be sick. You say that, and yet your complexion tells me that you're feeling just fine. Gordolf, no. Mr. Gordolf, I admire your gumption. The rest of the staff are equally versed in science and magecraft, but you, Director, are a mage's mage. That is why traveling through void space puts you so ill at ease. You are keenly aware of both the benefits and the risks posed by zero sail. Yet despite all that, you are doing your utmost to remain calm and collected. That is truly keeping a stiff upper lip, as they say, commendable. You must have hit rock bottom quite a few times in your life. Perhaps you're accustomed to being in a dire predicament at this point. I'm accustomed to nothing of the sort. I've never crossed the finish line in last place, I'll have you know.
Cross the finish line in last place? I've never heard an expression like that, Director Gordoff.
Well, of course you haven't. Once you get to be a man of my caliber, Miss Mash, even the expressions you use take on a special life of their own.
That's the first time he's ever addressed me respectfully.
That's Holmes' way of complimenting you, Director. Holmes could use some work when it comes to paying someone a compliment.
I think so too. Mr. Holmes only ever speaks about what he is certain of after all. You got that right. That's a hell of a nice way to put it, Mash.
I see. So, that's what this is about. If you both say so, you may be right. Is that the first time I've seen his blushing sprite? Oh, that's cute.
Fo.
By the way, technical advisor, what's your initiary for this voyage look like?
Huh? Director Gordoff, Da Vinci just briefed us about that a while before we arrived in void space.
Hang on, maybe he blacked out while we were starting the zero sail.
Oh. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gordoff. We had no idea you had lost consciousness with your eyes.
No, Mesh! What? Come on now, don't be absurd. I've handled G-forces from accelerating to over 250 kilometers per hour, I'll have you know. I say, what about you, youngster? Yes, you, Max. Your file said you frequently fell into REM sleep. I believe it even said you could do so standing up, if I'm not mistaken. Is that some special skill of yours?
That's right. We call it the Max Rem.
Huh? No way. I was just kidding about the skill part. Are you people alright? At any rate, it seems you doze off just as easily as I do. Do you remember what the briefing was about? Perhaps now would be a good time to review all that you know while we're at it.
Yes, that's a good point. I'm sorry. Oh, but as for Senpai, I think he went off to have lunch with Foe after we left out for the zero sail.
Ha ha ha, you heard the man, Da Vinci. Would you be so kind as to summarize our current situation for him?
Sure, if that's what he wants. Okay, let's go over our immediate itinerary again. We've just entered the Scandinavia Peninsula. Right around here, at the moment, we're currently diving through the storm wall. Our current route, we should then emerge here in the northern Europe at the southern part of Sweden. It's only a 10-kilometer trip, but since we don't have any connection to Scandinavia, surfacing at our intended destination will come down to a combination of a dice roll and my navigational genius. And since I've got my hands full making sure our coordinates don't go fluctuating all over, we have no way of knowing if there will be any hostile entities on the other side. So be ready for an even rougher emergence than the one we went through in Russia.
So in other words, entering one of these Lostbelts inevitably comes down to the luck of the draw, eh? Just to make doubly sure, is there any way we could ignore the Scandinavia Lostbelt and head straight to the North Sea? Certain conditions need to be in place for us to emerge inside the Lostbelt, right? Then why go out of our way to do that? Even if we don't know the Wandering Sea's exact coordinates, if we just get to the North's...
I know, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. We're currently skimming right next to the border between reality space and void space. It's the only way we can peek into reality from void space, which we have to do if we're going to emerge somewhere we lack a connection to. In addition, the amount of power in the shadow border consumes in this mode is directly affected by the amount of real-world distance we travel. I mean, it would have to be, given that we're following reality so closely. And at our current power levels, there's just no way the border can zero sail more than 300 kilometers near the mirror world plane. So we just have to emerge in the Scandinavia Lostbelt if we're going to stock up for the journey to the Wandering Sea.
I see. This zero sail business sounds good on paper, but it certainly has more than its share of drawbacks, doesn't it?
Basically, if we want to go diving and emerge wherever we like...
Yes?
Well, we can't. Neither the border nor myself are up to that, at least not right now. Sorry, Gordy.
Sorry, and sixpence won't even get you a decent cup of tea these days. Fine, you're saying you want a real lab with full facilities, right? Once we make our way through Scandinavia and meet up with the Wandering Sea, then things should improve at least a little, yes?
You got it. I'm glad you're such a quick study. So as I was saying earlier, just kick back and enjoy the last bit of our voyage. We're currently off from the real world time by about 10 days. We'll emerge from void space as soon as we're through the storm wall.
So, it's just like what happened in Russia. Then that would mean one of those enormous trees really is here in Scandinavia too.
Indeed, we could see it for ourselves before we began our journey through the storm wall. If we just so happen to emerge near the Tree of Emptiness, we will need to choose between leaving Scandinavia behind or investigating the tree. Regardless, we'll no doubt need to make our way across this considerable bit of land once we reach inside this Lostbelt. I encourage you all to remain calm and in control so that we may better react to whatever awaits us. I wonder if this Lostbelt will be anything like Russia. Although, when the Russian Tree of Emptiness came crashing down, it did so in a rather indecipherable... What was that? Why were those radar beeps so loud? Is something coming towards us? Hey, what's up, Gold? Sorry, I'm not reading chat too much. I'm trying to get through the story as fast as possible so we can get to Oku. How you doing? Also, I enabled a bunch of emotes this morning because I know you always come in with the Peepo emotes. I enabled people blush and shit like that because I know you always come in with that. Yeah, look, there it is. Or Peepo shy. It's all good, cutie. Thanks, Gold. I appreciate you stopping by. Take the best Buster Looper. Best Buster Looper? Dude, I was looking at... Also, what's the name of the other servant that came out on JP? The one that was in the summer event recently? That servant, I just looked at her skills this morning, and oh my lord, she's a really good support for a 3-star. Zufu? Did I say it right? Zufu? She has some really good skills for a 3-star. I was looking at them and I was like, wow. She's your fave? She's really good. She gives you like, her skills are like a 5 stars. Like her, especially the arts one does like 5 different fucking things. I was like, what the hell? Arc is so amazing at looping. 100% batteries cracked. Oh yeah. I can't believe they gave another servant 100% battery, dude. Skill creep is a real thing. Or power creep. Power creep's a real thing, dude. Zufu's Castoria at home. That's a good one, Jason. She's the budget Castoria. Yeah, she's really good. I mean, she has the thing that I was thinking about. She has some good things that Castoria doesn't too, because Castoria doesn't have any way to heal. And even though, like, yeah, she has the arts up and the NP gain and the arts up, the NP gain, and the debuff remove. Which Castoria all has and does better, of course. But the heal is really nice because I think her NP heals, and it's every turn for 5 turns, I think. And then she also has a heal on the skill, and so she's just I think she's gonna be really good for newer players that don't have a good support. But then also she's just gonna be good for certain situations where you would prefer a heal, right? And prefer, like, she could work with Castoria, of course. I envision a future where everyone has an 80 to 100% battery. I was hoping she would have been a quick support. That might be Proto Merlin. Yeah, especially with the quick. As soon as I saw the quick changes, I was like, oh. With the quick changes, I wonder if the Proto Merlin's gonna do something with quick. Yeah, dude. Everyone, dude, every fucking summer, dude. Get your wallets out. I swear. Quick still haven't had a good budget quick support. That's true. Like that, I think the best thing you have is Alexander, young Alexander, right? Is like the only quick support budget quick support I can think of, and he's not even that good. Like he's barely qualifies as a quick support, right? Summer 7 has 3 5-stars. Holy shit. Isn't it usually only 2? Wow. Everyone get out your wallets. Dude, I'm prayage for I want Saber fuck, what would you call her? Artoria Lancer Alter Summer, man. Who doesn't want a goth mommy in a swimsuit, man? Goth mommy in a swimsuit. Please. Please, Artoria Lancer Alter for summer version, man. I want it so bad. Make her an Avenger so we have an Artoria Avenger finally. Summer Erish as well. I would love the ones that are so overdue. Medea, Medusa, Erish, Ereshkigal, Adelante. All of those, I would love seeing summer versions too. Summer Erish, you could make it really funny too with the servant tube thing. Remember how in the Fate Grand Carnival, Osakabe Hime was competing with her on summer tube, and at one point she pulls out her swimsuit and is like, "This is how I get views," and Erish was like, "I don't have a summer version." So they could totally make it like a summer tube like competing thing. That'd be funny. 3 5-stars, they can kill more memes. Poor Erish. Can turn 1 NP or just go bananas and have 10 append and 10 normal skill and have turn 1 220% gauge with super scope. Jesus, man. Holy fuck. I didn't even think of that. That's crazy. You can go big unga bunga. And it's on a, it's a 7 skill cooldown too, so with fucking, you can literally get the 100% battery back by round 3 too, can't you? Or wave 3. That's so crazy. Dude, she's so cracked. That's insane. Who is she's a moon cancer as well. What is moon cancer weak to? I'm not even sure, chat. What's her weaknesses? Her class advantage and weakness. Although there's no reason for to use her overcharge since it's pretty much useless. Black Grail. Rulers? So she, and Berserkers? Moon Cancers are weak against rulers and strong against Avengers. Gotcha. And so they're neutral to everything else? Yeah, that's so good. What the fuck? So you basically just use a Moon Cancer as just another unit that just doesn't have a weakness, or wait, no, because rulers aren't effective. They're just not weak to any of the, or they take I can't remember, dude. The fucking classes advantages I still need to fucking memorize. Yeah, that's so good though, for just hit basically everything that you're gonna go against. 99% of everything you're gonna go against is neutral damage. That's so good. Is that the notorious STD? What the fuck? That's such a funny name. Thank you for the follow. Third skill is extra damage against foreigners. Oh, what? That's crazy too. Her only weakness is damage, but you can grail her easy for that issue. Oh yeah. And with the CE too, right? Yeah, that's crazy. The Buster Farmer, man. Jesus. I can't wait. 2 years, baby. 2 years, NA players. All right, let's get back to the story. So what was happening? Oh yeah, we had something pinged on the radar. That's right. We I started reading chat at a pretty bad time. Is something coming towards us? What the? There's something with a fixed wavelength moving around. Something with a fixed wavelength. Do you mean there's something else here besides the shadow border? Oh, wait, what? Oh, hold on. Just hold on. You mean to tell me that there's something alive out there? In void space? Fo-fo! Indeed, under normal circumstances, nothing could possibly exist in void space unless it were itself composed of void. There are exceptions, though. Namely, the all-terrain void transporter shadow border, its crew, and the paper moon. And that can only mean...
There's someone or something else that can travel via zero sail?
If there were, it would require technology that surpasses Atlas's. I wish I could say that that was entirely impossible, but we can't rule it out. Da Vinci, are you seeing anything on your end? Your eyes should be a good deal sharper than ours.
I'm sorry, but I've got my hands full keeping track of the real world's terrain. I can't spare any cameras to see what it might be near us. Oh, but I have noticed one thing that's strange. The shadow border's running really smoothly for a while now. So there's definitely something out there in our vicinity. I just couldn't tell you what it is. The border's also got magecraft and spirit radars in addition to the sonar, but they're not turning anything up either. Since I can't imagine there could be anything living in void space, I'm guessing it's using soliton-like wave conduction, but...
We...
Director Gordoff?
We're under attack!
Oh, who was it that was saying the old man had gotten used to this stuff?
It must be some sort of monster, or servant with the ability to zero sail. They could be anywhere. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. Rasputin mentioned something along those lines, too. As I recall, he said while he was unable to freely move between Lostbelts, Koyanskaya could do so. It's difficult to imagine she employs the same method we do, but she may well have her own means of crossing dimensions. There, you see? You all saw even the terrible for yourselves. These Lostbelts are obviously full of monsters. It wouldn't surprise me at all if one of them was a rider with just that sort of skill.
Do you even hear yourself, man? This is void space. This whole dimension shouldn't even exist. There's no way there could be anything here besides the border. A creature or heroic spirit with the ability to conduct zero sail, I know Miss Miyamoto wanders between parallel worlds, but only in that she tumbles from one to another. She's only a drifter who keeps falling through realities because of other possibilities have abandoned her. There is no being in all of reality space besides us who can freely travel between dimensions. That, at least, was the Atlas Institute's oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to say that word, said as of 2018. Still, it's not something we can rule out entirely. That we are here ourselves means must be possible for someone else to be here as well. Couldn't you have kept that to yourself, Holmes? You're just gonna work the old man up even more.
Oh? Did it just get even closer?
Please calm down, Director. I know this may not help put your mind at ease, but I think I sense something close.
What is it? Is it something we've seen before?
No, I don't think so, but strangely enough, I also don't think whatever it is malicious. In fact, I think it might even be a kind of warm and comforting.
Oh, come on now, that's standard deep... Wait, what? Fuck. Oh, come now, that's standard demon operation procedure. They bait their hook with kindness. Well, I'm not falling for it. I'm going to listen to my own instincts. Listen up, all of you. I have no desire to become an adventure-crazed nut like the rest of you, but even I can see that making an emergency exit out in void space is our best option here. What? Therefore, as the director of Chaldea, I am ordering the Shadow Border to make an immediate emergency exit into reality space.
An emergency exit?
I want to take Mash's side here, but I have to admit, Gordoff has a point. One thing's for sure, there's something out there that even I can't see. We shouldn't take that lightly. So my vote is for the emergency exit, and as luck would have it, we're very close to the end of the storm wall. That said, there's one thing I want to go over first. We've already crossed the border. We're currently in what used to be southern Sweden, somewhere inside the Scandinavian Lostbelt. But when we emerge, the risks will be even greater than they were back in Russia. Cutting out the future predictions in order to force our way back into reality could result in the entire Shadow Border coming apart. And it's not just the border, all of you could end up seriously hurt as well. If yourselves from 10 days ago happen to overlap with yourselves from now, just having your bodies catch up with their own regulatory functions will be enough to make you vomit. Are you okay if that ends up happening? Of course, as this vehicle's central processing unit, I'll be doing my best to avoid that.
Of course! At this point, a little nausea is nothing. Just get us the hell out of here, Da Vinci. I don't want to spend another second with this unknown thing, if I can help it. I'm responsible for all of your lives here. As such, I refuse to continue a voyage in such close proximity to an unknown entity. Get this shadow border to the surface right now! Don't make me repeat myself again. Just hurry!
Alrighty, if you're ready to face the music, I'll do my best to make sure it's a pleasant tune. Munir, I'm going to switch over to manual. We don't want the safety functions putting on the brakes on autopilot.
Are you serious? Doesn't that completely go against the manufacturer's recommendation?
Initiating high-speed calculations. Preparing to emerge in...
An emergency alert! Everyone strap in! Take deep breaths while you still can.
Don't worry about that alert. We're just putting on a little more strain than the hole is designed for.
Isn't that incredibly dangerous?
Don't worry, Da Vinci knows what she's doing.
Right. You're right. I believe in her, Senpai.
Phew! I really didn't want to resort to this since it gives me a bad fever. This new smaller body just isn't as resilient as my old one.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Patch me into the new console if you would.
I'll help too.
Thank you. I'm afraid I regulated to learning by observation myself, but the more hands the better. If only Mr. Babbage were here to assist us.
I hear you, but I'm afraid the Spirit Origin briefcase alone just isn't enough to summon him outside of short battles. We'll just have to make do. Man, wouldn't it be great if another Salieri dropped into our labs right now? Like, say, now? Damn, it didn't work. Ah, well, worth a shot. Guess we're on our own after all. Alright then, let's do this thing!
Activating Paper Moon. Initiating planet navigational chart ± convergence. Commencing shadow borders docking sequence into reality boundary. Disengaging near world plane voyage. Though the spectrum may dissolve, I continue to exist. Reapplying time flow and attraction from reality space. 0.4 second difference between target coordinations and current recognition confirmed. That's well within tolerances, so we are good to go. Emerging from void space, 30 seconds until arrival at reality space. 0 cell complete, emerging into reality space.
Y'all like the robot voice? Here we go. Lostbelt number 2. Lostbelt Def B+. 1000 BC, the eternal icy fiery century. 1000 BC, so that's when it split off from proper human history? 1000 BC, what happened at 1000 BC? Wait, that's a long ass time ago. That's like not long after Babylonia, right? Wasn't Babylonia like 2000 BC? Let's look at the map. Sheesh. Pocky while crunching some Lostbelts. Oh yeah. Pocky and FGO, dude, is a vibe. I love it so much. Makes me happy. Alright, landing point. Ooh, we actually have to fight something. A berserker. 1000 BC is roughly when Solomon existed. Gotcha, huh? Damn.
The Orton-X exoskeleton is operating within expected parameters. Internal pressure regulation, combustion, and weaponry are all good to go. Armored shielder is cleared to deploy. Well, feeling up to the smash?
Yes, all of my readings and transformations are working well, although...
What's up?
I thought you'd be ejecting me again, but this chamber and model both seem very different.
Well, sure. Last time we were sending you into the thick of an ongoing battle, but this time we're just having you check out the surroundings. Besides, Master's coming along with you, and we can't go shooting you both out, can we?
Ah. Right. Good point. I forgot that Senpai will be joining me.
Alright, let's try this again. Are you all set?
Yes, armored shielder, ready to deploy.
You got it. Shadowboarder, open the hatch. We are go for our recon mission.
Recon? 1600 years after Gilgamesh. Gotcha. Wow. Goddamn.
Senpai?
How are you feeling, Mash? Aren't you cold?
No, not a bit. I know we can see our breath out here like this, but that's the worst of it. Don't worry, I'm fine. My cold-resistant gear helps a lot. Besides, it's not as bad here as it was in Russia. It does make sense that Scandinavia would still be freezing, though. All that aside, this place is very snowy, isn't it, Senpai? It's 3 degrees Celsius, but the wind isn't cold at all, and the air feels crisp and clean. It feels like a real winter wonderland compared to Russia. I'm sure the temperature will drop to well below zero once night falls, but right now, I'm just enjoying how peaceful it is.
Same. This place would get a lot of tourists if it existed in our history. It's really romantic. I thought she was gonna blush. I was not expecting that smile.
I agree. I was just thinking the same thing. We still don't know exactly what this Lostbelt is like, but at least this place seems quiet and peaceful. It's enough to make me hope that maybe not every Lostbelt is dangerous. But this really isn't the time to wax philosophical. Let's get started, Master.
All right, it's perimeter check time. Just make sure to stay close to the border.
The border is recharging for now while it stays camouflaged in the snow. Da Vinci said it would take about 3 hours for it to charge up completely, so let's do our best to explore as much as we can in that time. Okay, we've reached the top of that hill. It's nothing but snowy fields as far as the eye can see, and then there's... Senpai, look! Look at that! It's a white mountain range stretching on forever, and I think they're made of ice and snow? There's some sort of blue haze to the north, and halfway along that range... Wait, is that...
Flames. The mountains are burning.
Yes, there's a fire burning in the parts without trees. I can't see such a thing happening naturally, so it must be some sort of magecraft at work. So that's what this Lostbelt is. A world of mountains, white ice, and blue flame. And then there's the sun? It's much too big to be the sun, though. This doesn't add up. I've heard parts of Scandinavia can get almost no sunlight for months at a time. But I've never seen anything about the sun being this size. I doubt any such records even exist.
The sun, huh?
And another thing, I don't see the Tree of Emptiness anywhere.
Huh. But we saw it before when we went into the storm.
It was clearly visible from outside the Lostbelt. I can't imagine it was suddenly wiped from existence, so maybe it's being hidden with magecraft.
Well done on Reconnaissance. Well done on recon, you two. We finally had a moment to catch our breath here.
Holmes!
It seems you're about 500 meters away. Well chosen. That's just about the perfect distance. Since we're still unable to detect hostile entities, thankfully our emergency exit didn't strain the border as much as we anticipated, but I'm afraid it's still not going anywhere for the time being. Still, we cannot afford to waste any time, which is of course why we sent the pair of you two out to investigate. A land of fire and ice, Seems that this Lostbelt will present its own challenges as I feared.
That's all we can see from here.
Thank you just the same. We have a faint visual here as well. The sun does indeed appear to be far larger than normal, but it should be it should be tens of billions of years before it reaches this size. We still don't understand how drastically a Lostbelt can change its environment, but if this one has transformed our sun into a red giant, were that the case, forget the ice and snow, the whole world would be a scorching desert. Miss Kirei may be able to survive such an environment, but Mr. Max most assuredly will not.
Yes, which means that may not actually be our sun.
So it may be something that looks like the sun, but in fact is not, I don't recall anything along those lines in Scandinavian or Germanic folklore, but I'll take another look just in case.
What about the fire? Those flames don't look like your typical forest fire.
That would be because they aren't. Take a look. Nothing is actually burning. I'm not sure how it works, but the fire appears to be something entirely separate and floating above the mountains. Mysterious to be sure, but there is a little cause to doubt this phenomenon is the result of some form of magecraft. Whatever it is, it must be the work of a cryptor or a Lostbelt servant. That I can say for certain.
Assuming it's a Lostbelt servant, what could their true name be?
Mr. Holmes really hit the nail on the head, Senpai. Well, of course he did. He's famous for always finding the truth in any situation right away. And, of course, for captivating readers with his brilliant and elegant deductions.
Thank you, Miss Mash Kirei. Though I must admit, it is a touch embarrassing to be so effusively praised for the novelizations of my cases. But perhaps that's not so bad every once in a while. I am not usually one to skip right to the conclusion, but yes, I am quite certain that the one who created those flames is... What is it? Do calm yourself, foe. Foe! Caillou!
Foe? Well, what is it? Is something wrong?
Monka.
Master, get behind me! We've just discovered an enormous humanoid creature.
An enormous humanoid creature, you say? I see. That is troubling. Most troubling indeed.
He appears to be about 5 meters tall. His arms are also very long, and he's wearing some sort of mask. I think he's speaking a language of some kind, but... I can't make out what he's saying. It sounds like an animal howling at more an animal howling than any language I know of. Hello? Bonjour? Guten Tag? Ni hao? Konnichiwa? Please listen to me. We are not your enemy. We don't mean you any harm.
She's so cute.
We are... Ah! It's no use, Mash. He doesn't understand. Master, I'm afraid he's coming right for us. He's about to attack. Get ready to fight. I'll back you up. Understood. Moving to intercept the hostile.
I waited for Castoria's release for Lostbelt 5.2 so I can just wipe all the bosses with her. Easy clap. Jotun? Wait, we're playing Destiny, bro. This giant is named after the toaster gun in Destiny. Uh-oh.
熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドはそこですか。腰が違うのです。腰が。
The toaster strikes back.
二丁一流夏のせいってね。兵法無尽お見せしましょう。
Yeah, Castor's on NA. I'll take Mash's Ortnax outfit is somehow hotter and cuter than the Galahad Mash. I agree. I like the outfit a lot. It just sucks that the skills are kind of worse. The Buster skill makes no fucking sense. I don't understand why that's on her. It would be cool if it was a party-wide Buster buff. That I would like, especially because I like using her with Herc a lot. And then the double what's it called? The double target focus skills are really cool. I like those.
運命豪快にひらめいた。圧倒します。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざす。
Lostbelt 2 is Scandinavian Nordic enemies? Oh shit. Dude, Nordic lore is so cool. That's gonna be really cool. Mash can actually deal some decent Buster crit damage if you run her as a DPS, but who the hell would do that? That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. I don't know.
対終末、対粛清防御、はじめ。シュガーホー。最果ての島、罪の都。最後の竜は我が胸に。集い、円卓の守護者たち。ラウンドオブアラロン。 当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
Oh yeah. Jack got even stronger with the quick buffs. That's right, dude. Oh, shit. Who's the black card again? Angramanyu, who we have an emote for. Where's the... Spam the Angramanyu. Angry Mango. The battle is over. We've neutralized the threat. Mash, you're looking really tired. Why don't we head back to the border? Thank you for your concern, Master, but I'm all right. The sudden attack just had me a little out of breath is all. It's nothing to worry about. So what is the... Without going into spoilers, if you can, chat, what is the reason for this outfit? I don't understand it yet, and I'm assuming we'll learn more about it later, but what the fuck is... Why is she wearing a VR headset? And when she does the mold Camelot now, when she puts that down, it's all like art. You can see it's like artificial, so I'm assuming that this suit that she's wearing is somehow a way to make her skills to help her body. It makes like it AR around her, like artificial reality, and that helps her like be a servant more, I'm assuming is what it is. That's what it seems like anyway, because when she puts down the when her noble phantasm now, mold Camelot, is like the old Camelot NP that she used, but now it's like it's all like it has like a glitch effect on it, and so I'm assuming it's like artificial reality is what it's doing. I think I know, but I don't know if it's a spoiler since I skipped the story. Basically, Galahad is gone. Da Vinci made a power armor to allow her to have access to some sort of spout. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, why is she wearing a VR headset, though? Oh, she's unstable. Gotcha. Mash's body is unstable because Galahad left. That was confirmed after Solomon. Yeah, I got that part. I was just wondering, like, the design, like, why it looks like that specifically. I was curious. It seems like it's supposed to be, like, artificial reality. And then you can see how there's like a wire on her shield, too. I was just curious about the actual, like, visual design, why it looks like that. Tech to bridge the gap and keep her stable, basically. Gotcha. The VR headset to focus her senses. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So since Galahad disappeared, she can't become a full-fledged demi-servant. Okay. Gotcha.
The sudden attack just had me a little out of breath is all. It's nothing to worry about. All my vital signs are fine. I'm still good to go.
I'm doing my best to analyze the recording of the battle data just now, but at this point, I can only say that the creatures you fought is like nothing we've ever seen before. Neither a heroic spirit nor a demonic beast. He was simply an enormous humanoid creature native to Scandinavia, one that could possibly exist in the 21st century.
A giant?
Did you say a giant, as in mythical giants?
Correct. I'm pleased you're already familiar with them.
I read that a number of powerful giants used to live in Scandinavia. Of course, this was all a very long time ago. In the modern era, there have barely been any giant sightings in Sweden, Denmark, or Norway. I believe most of them were during the Age of Gods, back when the old mystics still existed. I'm sure there are some expectations, but even so, to encounter one out of nowhere like this.
Both Gordolf and Mr. Monair are in something of a tizzy about this impossible encounter, but yes, in the year 2020, giants have long since ceased to exist. And yet, you've obviously just met one, albeit one that tried to kill you even after you attempted to communicate with him, but still.
I caught a glimpse of his eyes behind the mask, and he seemed consumed by bloodlust.
So in this version of Scandinavia, creatures from an age of gods still live. That is most troubling. I had considered the possibility, but I didn't think it would prove to be true so soon. Damn you, cryptors. Damn you for throwing something like this at us in only the second Lostbelt. Have you no sense of restraint? That said, we are far from completely helpless. Miss Kirei, Mr. Max? To begin, I've updated our database with everything I could determine about this creature. We were unable to detect it from the border because Chaldea had no information about ancient giants. Furthermore, I also learned something rather unexpected about the ice and snow surrounding us.
What about them?
They are imbued with a faint magical energy. The trace is so minute that only an expert mage would only be able to detect any of it at all. The small amount of magical energy created, though, it created enough interference in our equipment that we were unable to detect the giant's approach. Da Vinci is still quite upset about it. She says being plugged in to function as a bio-unit dulls her senses. Nonetheless, I'll do my best to update our data immediately. I'm also sending an update for the Ortonax's firmware.
Right. Confirming update now. Master! I'm picking up the new hostiles in our periphery. There's at least several ice beasts traveling alongside another giant. We need to get out of here before we're surrounded. Let's make a break for the border, Mash. Understood. I can see them up ahead. Master!
Time to fight, then. Mash just needs to beat another level in Beat Saber. The headset is more Google Glass than VR. It allows her to see things, I think data, output, maintenance to the Ortonax, etc. Think like an Iron Man Max. Oh, okay. Needs Summer Tomoe as her teacher. What do I feel like? I know know the name of the place, like mythological wise, but I don't know if it's a spoiler. Oh, where we're at? I think it's I mean, I think it's the name of the Lostbelt, isn't it? I don't know how to pronounce it. It's something with a G. It's in the title of the stream. That's what the name of the Lostbelt is. I can't pronounce it at all, though.
もちろんお見せしましょう。負けないぞ。剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごとくクジラも大名道ご見か。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
Oh, it's a German word? Here.
Götterdämmerung.
Yeah, I cannot say that. Are you kidding me?
Götterdämmerung.
Götterdämmerung?
Götterdämmerung.
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 Dude, that is so... No, I'm not doing it.
腰が違うのです腰が白兵戦行きます
Götterdämmerung is German for really important Norse word, but I won't say because it implies spoilers. Oh, okay. Okay, okay.
兵法無実
The main difference between 1 and 2... The main difference between 1 and 2... 1 had a storm in the sky, 2 has a motherfucking big sun in the sky? Gotcha, okay. First 2 Lostbelts was just lots and lots of snow, ice, and cold. We're freezing! At least in this Lostbelt, you get the best girl that shows up. Oh shit! What do you mean? That was last Lostbelt. We had Musashi.
ありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげです。
I still think my favorite line of Lostbelt 1, my favorite line of Lostbelt 1, I think, is still Musashi at the very end when she was going against Ivan. She climbs up Ivan's trunk and meets him face to face, and she goes, or he asks her, he's like, you are just like us. You are from a lost timeline. You're one of us. Why are you going against me? And she's like, I'm pretty sure I don't know any other talking elephants. Oh, fuck, that shit was so funny, dude. She's such an airhead, dude. I fucking love her. Who was it? Someone in chat said she's literally just a female Goku. She loves food, she's an airhead, and she just loves to fight, and she's a total badass. That's totally what she is. I fucking love her so much. I'm pretty sure I don't know any other talking elephants. She's so fucking funny. Sashi's pretty mid-tier? Yeah, dude, I'm about to fucking ban your ass for that shit. You take that back, you monster. Lostbelt 2 has a lot of best girls, though, not gonna lie. Oh, shit. That was you, Jason? That shit was so funny. She really is Goku, dude.
That should wrap up things for now. We've defeated another giant and several ice beasts. I no longer detect any hostiles or magical energy signals in our vicinity. Ah. Wait, you're right, Mr. Holmes. I can sense faint magical energy all around us, coming from the snow.
Maybe it's a Lostbelt servant that can control snow? Could a giant be controlling the snow? No.
I'm not sure, but that certainly seems possible.
Let's hash that stuff out later, you two. For now, you should hurry back to the border. Holmes, from now on, maybe start waiting until people are in a safe location before you start with your long-winded explanations. There's no guarantee there aren't other giants still lying in wait out there. Both of you get your butts back here, and be careful! Anyway, great job collecting all this data right after we emerged. This should be a big help.
You haven't seen the best of Sashi, though, so you should be ready. Oh, fuck. Sashi in this one? Wait, Best Girl is in this Lostbelt. I'm kidding. Don't tell me what Lostbelt she's in.
Oh, good. You're back. Welcome home, you two. It's good to be back. The Orton Axe is working wonderfully. Thank you again for that. Glad to hear it. Gordolf's having a little rest. Said he was having a nervous breakdown or something. I guess the emergency exit was pretty hard on him. I guess all that worrying he did about scouting out our surroundings after we emerged was for nothing. I wouldn't say that. He's trying to keep us safe in his own way. Naturally, his primary concern is his own survival, but that's still an important part of being a leader. When things get dangerous, you snap to attention. When things get dicey, you get right the hell out. That's how things are supposed to go, but the further removed the higher-ups get from the action, the softer they get when it comes to making those calls. So in that sense, Director Gordolf is exceedingly good at his job. I'm not sure why, but he seems to treat any danger in his field operations as, like, dangerous to his own life. I wonder what that's all about. Maybe he had a really strict tutor growing up or something. You know, like someone teaching him about war from the perspective of people he's sending out into the battlefield. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. That would definitely explain some things. Now that you mention it, he always looked like he was in a lot of pain whenever Max was in a tight spot back in Russia. Talk about empathy. No wonder he was always kicking up such a fuss. At any rate, make sure you write up the recon findings in a nice report template when you hand it off to him, if you don't mind. That ought to be more than enough to keep old Gordy in the loop. On a different note, you guys really had a rough time out there, didn't you, Yes, we did. Giants are beings from the Age of Gods. Not even mages have seen more than the occasional fossil of them. Any survivors in the area where mystics were still in full force were probably seen as threats and taken out by the heroes of their respective ages. They're certainly not something you'd run into every day. I mean, you guys didn't see hide nor hair of them in any of the 7 eras you race shifted to, right? Not even in the actual Age of Gods. And now we just happen to run into one, but 2 in a modern-day Scandinavia? I believe those giants you encountered were Jothanar. Let me make sure I'm pronouncing this right.
Jötnar.
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 English?
Jotnar.
Jotnar?
Jötnar.
Jötnar.
Jötnar. Jötnar.
Jötun. So it's like a Y. And then the O is like a E. So Jötun. Jötnar. Jötun. Okay. I believe those giants you encountered were Jötnar, members of the Jötun race of giants. In the Age of Gods, the Norse world was comprised of 9 realms. One such realm was Muspelheim, the land of flame. Another was Niflheim, the land of ice, through which an icy river of poison flowed. When these 2 realms collided, the poisonous frost melted. Then, when it was exposed to Muspelheim's heat, grew into a tremendous giant. This was Ymir, said to be the ancestor of all Norse giants. Ymir? We're in Attack on Titan! The race of giants that went on to spring forth from Ymir's body were called Jötun, the frost giants. These giants were truly beings belonging to an era when gods walked the earth. At times, the Jötnar would mix with the Norse gods, giving birth to new gods and giants alike. It's said that the surviving Jötnar eventually fell out of mythology and went to become trolls. But what you saw today were no trolls. They were most definitely Jötnar. Oh. You sure sound certain. Do you know a lot about giants, Holmes? Well, I am Sherlock Holmes, you realize. I am the one who finds the truth regardless of my spirit origin. I believe I said as much when I introduced myself. No, sorry, I'm just having you on a bit. No, damn it, dude, fucking log. I'm just having you on a bit. You see, the paper moon is not the only thing I picked up while I was visiting the Atlas Institute. Try Hermes. Precisely. While there, I came in contact with the pseudospiritron calculation engine, Try Hermes. When I did so, I happened to pursue some secret medical data pertaining to giants. Now I see, Holmes, you rascal. Ha ha ha. I don't see what's so funny. Don't you ha 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 me, Buster. You're supposed to tell me these things before I need to know them. It's not fair you get to do all the fun exposition. Besides, we're a team. You know we should be potting our knowledge and stuff. I shall take that under advisement, especially considering it comes from none other than the great Leonardo da Vinci herself. All that said, I could certainly use a bit more information myself. Is this simply a Norse Lostbelt, where a once lost race of giants still runs amok? No, I very much doubt that is all there is to it. Right. The ones you saw today were powerful beings of mystics, but they were still living creatures. If nothing else, I can say for sure that the beings we encountered weren't servants. Correct. They were indeed absolutely not servants. Based on what we know from Russia, we can assume there is a being here who rules over this Lostbelt, and a cryptor who tends to the Tree of Emptiness. While our primary concern is with the latter, there remains a strong possibility that we will come into conflict with the former as well. That said, our goal this time is to not include engaging them in battle. Our intent is to cross Scandinavia without them ever knowing we were here. Yep, exactly. Still, we should really take a little break first, don't you think? Thankfully, there's a lot more magical energy concentrated here than there was in Russia, so the border should have no problem recharging. We'll set off in a little while, so make sure you two rest up while you can. Hiking across snowy mountains does a real number on your legs and back, you know. I very much recommend getting those kinks ironed out while you can. Right, but first, I almost forgot, Mr. Holmes. Yes, Miss Kirei? I'm sorry, but back when we had just overlooked the mountain range, remember how you and Senpai were talking? At the time, there was something else we wanted to ask you about. Oh, right. What's the deal with that fire we saw? Yes, the strange fire that kept burning without spreading. Do you know what it is, Mr. Holmes? I can't say I know for certain. I only have a hypothesis, albeit one in which I am quite confident. I suppose that would make this more of an introduction than a deduction, at any rate. Yes, that fire is none other than... Of course. Another alert? Foo foo foo! What the hell? What was his voice? What the hell? Are your sensors busted? Crap, no, it's worse. They're working perfectly. Max, Holmes, a freaking enormous magical energy signature just popped up near us out of nowhere. It's like a magical reactor core. This monster's on par with the Angrobota powered by the Greater Grail we saw in London. Uh-oh. Imagine an Attack on Titan Lostbelt. If it became a Lostbelt, it would jump the shark in the first few episodes. Dude, we just need Gilgamesh. If we can summon Gilgamesh, dude, easy clap. There was someone tweeted out on Twitter one time saying like, name the anime characters that could actually beat Eren Yeager in the Rumbling, and I was like, dude, Gilgamesh. Are you kidding me? Gilgamesh is like the perfect fucking counter to that shit. He literally just pulls out Enuma Elish and just wipes out the entirety of the Rumbling. One of my favorite scenes, one of my favorite animated scenes from the Fate series has got to be when, at the end of Unlimited Blade Works, spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen Unlimited Blade Works, but at the end of Unlimited Blade Works, when the Grail and Angramanyu are like manifesting or whatever out of Shinji's body, and it starts to go for Gilgamesh, its hand reaches over. All he does is pull out a Numa Ailish. He just literally just pulls it out, doesn't swing it, doesn't fucking move it at all, literally just pulls it out and holds it above his head, and just the fucking presence of that thing just wipes out the fucking Grail monster thing. I was like, holy shit, dude. You don't even need to pull it out. Yeah, dude, he just literally uses his Gate of Babylon. Honestly, almost any decent servant can defeat the Rumbling. Yeah, dude, the fucking servants are fucking broken, man. Enemy class question mark. Gil, what is this ugly mockery? Begone, mongrel. Saber, Emiyaku, Ishtar, Erish, Charlemagne, to name a few. Oh, yeah. It's fun the servants are so strong, but they're like low mid-tier in the Nasuverse power scaling, right? Damn it, we had no warning whatsoever. That thing just appeared out of nowhere. It's most likely a servant. They may have been using their spirit form. Ah, that's true. A servant could sneak up like that. Mr. Munair, is that servant from proper human history? Or maybe... Well, their spirit origin pattern matches what's registered in Chaldea, but their color seems like it might be a little different? Sorry, I don't know. All I can say for sure is that they're hostile. At least, if that massively powerful curse packed into the magical energy they've got aimed right at us is anything to go by, they are. A Lostbelt servant? The border's spirit radar is one of the most sensitive in the world. If it failed to detect the servant until now, then they are probably getting some help with their presence concealment. Had they wished to do so, I have no doubt they could have gotten much, much closer. And yet, they instead chose to release their spirit form right in front of us, making their presence known. They must be incredibly confident, or perhaps incredibly cruel. Mr. Munair, can you put them on the monitor? No, I can't. They're right in our blind spot. And how the hell can you all be so calm about this anyway? I mean, I know we can't exactly put the border's pedal to the metal right now, but still. What do we do? Do we tell the rest of the staff about this? Most of them are still on break. For that matter, don't you think we should get going already, Da Vinci? Not just yet. This servant may still be trying to figure out what we are. No doubt they are aware we are nearby, but I believe they are unable to determine our exact location. That said, the longer we stay, the greater our chances of being discovered. As good as the border's camouflage is, it does not render us invisible. It's good at keeping its magical energy hidden, but that doesn't help if someone starts searching the old-fashioned way. Well, Holmes, Max, what do you want to do? Do we keep quiet and hope they don't find us? No, we should just wait around. Whoever they are, we can't let them into the border. Indeed not. Allowing an intruder on board would be the worst possible scenario by far. None of the staff are fighters, after all. The moment an enemy gets inside is the moment our little adventure comes to an abrupt end. Mr. Munair, what is the latest on our mysterious foe? Have they moved at all since appearing? No, they haven't moved a muscle since they showed up, but I still can't see anything on the monitor. They're right in the middle of our blind spot. Then it would seem they are waiting to see how we react. Bold, yet with a touch of caution. Da Vinci, I'd like you to start up the border's engine in the moment we step outside. Make sure it is ready to depart at any time. You got it, but make sure you buy us enough time for it to warm up, okay? I am very well aware. Now then, shall we be on our way, Miss Kirei and Mr. Max? Given that we are the only ones here capable of fighting, it must fall to us to greet the hostile or boorish guests. Right, I've got my exoskeleton ready to go, so I can activate it at a moment's notice. As long as it's just for a few minutes, I should be able to fight. I'm all set too. Senpai. We make it! Dude, anytime there's something nearby, dude, he's just, get out of here. We make an emergency dive. I will not have you going out to face an unknown and extremely powerful foe. I absolutely forbid it. An emergency dive is the only viable option.
Director Gordoff, you're awake now?
Of course I'm awake. I overheard your entire conversation. A situation like this calls for a retreat, not a meeting of the enemy on their terms. Traversing this Lostbelt to make a getaway is out of the question as well. If the enemy has found us out, then their first order of business is to our first order of business is to hide again, and that means a zero sail. They'll never find us once we dive back into void space. We can make a clean getaway.
That's true. If safety is our top priority, that's definitely an option. We have to figure out how to get back into reality once we set sail, but it would give us a secure way out of this particular predicament. That said, are you sure about this? We still haven't finished reapplying the logic formula. There's a non-zero chance that our armor just comes off in void space and we end up adrift there forever. Let's see. I'd say the odds of that happening are maybe 0.003%?
Well, that's nothing. I've never even come close to winning a race in my own vehicle with odds like that. At any rate, given that our own master is still unable to summon servants, fighting one this powerful is out of the question. Need I remind you of the sort of enemies we faced back in Russia? These Lostbelt servants are tremendously powerful. I learned that lesson all too well when one of them destroyed Chaldea. Just because the girl is able to fight now doesn't mean you should run into battle every chance you get. As your commander and your director, I will support whatever option I feel offers the best chance of survival, no matter how slight the difference. No, in fact, this is an order. As my advisors, it's your job to justify my decisions, not mine. And let's not forget our biggest concern here. We don't even know who this mysterious, probably Lostbelt servant even is. In which case, the only option I will even consider is for us to make our escape.
You never waver when it comes to keeping us alive, huh? Alright, I'll trust your instincts here. Sorry, Holmes. Sorry, Max. The servant outside is so strong that I'm taking this ship back to void space. I'm not saying you wouldn't survive the encounter with whoever it is out there, just that if it gets real ugly, it'd get real ugly real fast. And if the fight ended up damaging the border as well, that'd be bad news for all of us. So we're doing another zero sail? Still, if this means Mash and Max can avoid this fight, I guess it's for the best. Right. You take the wheel, Miner. I'm gonna head back to the computer room and plug into the border. Director Holmes, I'm leaving this place in your hands while I go verify our existences as perfectly as ever.
I love the little tap, 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 tap of her running. So, change of plans, I guess? Guess I better buckle up?
Right. I'll go along with whatever you decide, Senpai.
Here we go again. Has it ever once been occurred to you to obey your commander?
Hey, at least we're all discussing our opinions. That's a big step up from how things were before. You should be proud of inspiring this change, boss man. Fo-fo!
I can tell you're just buttering me up, Miner. At any rate, let's get this zero sail started before that servant makes a move.
Okay, I'm patched in and synced up. Expanding void reality observation device, Paper Moon.
All hands be seated, and need I remind you, do not forget your seatbelts.
Fo-fo-fo!
Oh wait.
Expanding logic formula on Shadow Border's external armor. Expansion is currently at 90%, 93%, 98%. There, now we just dive in and make the rest, and make up the rest as we go along. Removing existence verification for reality space. Shortened future prediction. Hypothetically proved mirror world plane in 10 seconds. Relaxing space-time friction. Decompression for 0.9 seconds. Good. Looks like we made it just in time. Holmes.
Let me take over the wheel, Mr. Miner. In the meantime, would you be so kind as to keep your eyes on the sensors?
You got it.
Shadow Border, untether from reality. Void space dive. Zero sail unfurl.
What's up, Sarah? How you doing?
Senpai, I still have sensation in my extremities, and I can still feel normal gravity.
Does this mean the zero sail failed? It feels like something just dragged us up. Uh-oh. What's going on? This isn't void space. Did we fail to dive? Are we still stuck in reality?
They got us good. Whoever's out there sensed our spells going off and caught us in a split second. They're physically holding us back. I'm impressed. Just their physical strength exceeds the border's maximum output.
Did you say physical strength? The magical energy signal's getting stronger. Wait, hang on. The servants literally grabbed hold of the border.
What the?
Are we floating?
Do not remove your seatbelts. All hands assume crash positions.
Damn.
Oh! Pretty sure PA system is still Da Vinci and not some kind of AI voice. Yeah, I think I kind of just realized that as I was reading that too. The voice you do for the PA system and holograms is badass. I know. That's the voice I want to use for like grunts that have like a mask on or something. Like the opera schnick, that's probably what I would have used for them. Some sort of like, yeah, like you were saying, it's some sort of like AI voice. The border just got RKO'd. It's better than scuffed mic, yeah, for sure. Fo! Kaya! What happened? I don't understand. So dizzy. Is everyone alright?
Are you hurt, Senpai? I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Thank goodness.
They just picked us up. Did we do a barrel roll and crash?
Yes, I felt the same thing. It was as though the shadow border was picked up and then flung somewhere far away.
That is precisely what happened. The hostile servant stopped our Zero sail in its tracks before simply tossing us like a baseball. That is truly incredible strength. Perhaps they're a berserker. Whatever their class, they clearly possess immense strength to perform such a feat. I expect they are a rather combat-oriented servant, probably one focusing on being on the front lines, but...
Attention, please. I'm afraid that crash completely shut down our navigational systems. I can try to bypass the damaged systems, but even that's going to take some time, and then there's all the damage to the suspension. Luckily, we didn't end up completely upside down, but we're still not getting anywhere anytime soon. I'm sorry, everyone. We can't dive or run away on land anymore.
You have nothing to apologize for, Da Vinci. The fault lies with our uninvited guest, not you. Then you mean we're out of options? This is bad. Really, really bad.
You're damn right it is. Magical energy signature incoming. I can tell the heroic spirit is some kind of big shot. And I'm pretty sure they're done waiting around, since they're heading straight for us. 100 meters, 50 meters. Damn it, they're right on top of us. Oh, Caillou! The magical energy signature that I'm pretty sure is a servant has collided with our exterior. It's melting our external armor now. What kind of barbarian are they? It sounds like they're trying to cut their way through our defenses.
Do they realize how much time I spent reinforcing this armor? There's no way anything should be able to break through it this easily. I mean, the old me spent a ton of time making sure of that. What kind of weapon or noble phantasm do they have that could possibly do this?
Senpai! Right, let's go, Mash.
Hold it, you two! Don't you think you should wait a bit and see what's happening before you...
Oh, we don't have the time to wait and see anymore. I'm sorry, but it's all up to you two now.
Holmes, you go with them too, but watch out. That servant's magical energy is right up there with Ivan's. Make sure you don't hold anything back, or you might not be coming back at all. Got it?
I am well aware. I saw their spirit origin for myself earlier. If nothing else, I can promise this. I will keep Mr. Max alive. In the meantime, Da Vinci, please focus on keeping yourself and the border safe, and getting us up and running as quickly as possible.
I've opened the hatch. I can confirm the hostile servant is on the border's port side. That's enough. Step away from there right now.
You! Oh shit, I know who it is. Okay. Well, or should I wonder if I should use a different voice for this. I'll use the Robo Grunt one for this, and while he has the mask on.
Well now, so that unsightly slab is the thing's door then?
Is that a Lostbelt servant? But then, what is this ominous feeling I sense from their spirit origin? So...
A human and 2 heroic spirits. No, wait. Neither of you are pure heroic spirits, are you? You've both got something else mixed in. Heh. Hybrids then. Interesting.
The hostile servant is closing in. Now I see. You certainly do appear to be a powerful heroic spirit. The border's external armor is one thing, but to think you even cut your way down to the multi-layered bounded field surrounding the inner hull. Back at Chaldea, Da Vinci, Nitocris, and Paracelsus all worked to ensure that the bounded fields would be as strong as any from the Age of Gods. They should have been as strong as the fortress made of divine iron, yet you cut through them like it was butter, and without even revealing your true name. Fascinating. Tell me, how did such a powerful demonic sword possibly come to be?
Are his eyes glowing red?
Ah, I was right. It is a demonic sword then. I thought it seemed far too dark to be a sacred sword. I don't
talk to humans.
Well now.
He hit so hard, and he's still only using that sword at his waist. This must be the incredible strength that let him pick up the border and just throw it. You're not getting past me. Mash! I couldn't even see him swing that sword.
Oh, well that's because he didn't. Not his longsword anyway. He's still using that short one. Oh, he has 2? That's how I barely managed to make it out, and only just... He is truly an incredible master swordsman. If only Miss Miyamoto were here right now. I'm afraid those were a little more than jabs as far as was concerned, Miss Kirei, though I'm certain that is not... Though I'm certain that is not how it felt for you.
Have you lost your mind, girl? Why are you still standing there? You should be throwing down that impenetrable shield of yours and running for all you're worth by now. You don't look like enough of an idiot to fail to see how outmatched you are.
I will endure if I have to. I can't let everything end here. Foe! Ah! Foe, foe, foe! Foe, not again. You shouldn't be here. You need to get back inside the border. And thank you for worrying about me. That servant is truly incredibly strong, much stronger than me and the Ortnax. Something about him reminds me of another hero, another heroic spirit we've met.
Yup.
I don't know if I can beat him, even with Holmes' help, but still. That doesn't matter. Even if I'm not strong enough, I can't back down. This journey isn't ours alone. Not anymore. Maybe it never was. Just because I may not be up to the task in front of me now, doesn't mean I can give up on the journey as a whole. Steel yourself. Fo-fo!
A journey,
huh? Frankly, I don't care where it is you're going. I have my own destination in mind. I'm afraid this just isn't your lucky day, girl. Or yours, kid. Now that our paths have crossed, I'm going to kill you and take your prized treasure with me.
Another short sword?
Here he comes. I'll back you up as well.
Ma shoot! Ma shoot!
This man's using the Sword of Light from Mushoku Tensei. He's wearing a mask, so he must care about COVID. Learn from this guy. Alright. Oh, is he clapped? We got a pretty strong opening attack here. Ma shoot! Mash, shoot.
これは憎悪によって磨かれた我が魂の方向。ラクロンドメントニューヘイ汝の道はすでに途絶えた。
Damn, wait, I did nothing. Oh! Damn. Oh, come on.
OK おや行くかいそう切り込むどう
Crit Smith said. It's very sad. Ow, god damn, he hurts. Oh, nice. My voice for him is funnily accurate. Really, I just wanted to do that since he's got the mask on. I thought it'd be cool. Sheesh.
Thank you, Holmes. That beam was a big help.
No trouble at all, Miss Kirei. Huh. I must say, though, you certainly don't hold back. Not to say that you are not pulling your punches quite a bit, Lostbelt servant. I don't suppose you would be so kind as to introduce yourself. Yes, I see. Now that I've seen your strength up close, some things have become abundantly clear. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, surely the finest in the Norse lands. You are also immensely strong, and have both the knowledge and reflexes to dodge my magical energy beam with ease. You knew, didn't you? You knew I was a heroic spirit capable of using magecraft attacks. Your wisdom alone is truly a force to be reckoned with. Which means... you must be the one who slew the evil dragon and consumed his knowledge. Am I wrong? Oh. You are the child of Sigmund, king of Francia, and the Hodjordis, daughter of King Elimi. I'm sorry, I butchered those words. Even among the other peerless heroes who stand head and shoulders above ordinary people in strength, intelligence, and all other aspects, you were hailed as the greatest warrior king of them all. A phenomenal swordsman who reforged your father's demonic sword, the one he earned after overcoming Odin's trial, Barnstoker.
Then, you don't mean...
You are the fearsome warrior who defeated King Hunding's army, thereby avenging King Sigmund. You are the brave hero who single-handedly slew Fafnir, the evil dragon consumed by greed, who hoarded his riches in the caves of Githalor. You are the one who made a loyal friend out of Sleipnir's foul granny, who would gladly carry you to the ends of the earth. You are the great hero who ate the dragon's heart, gaining unimaginable power and the wisdom of the gods. Your true name is Sigurd. You stand alongside Siegfried as one of the most powerful heroes in all of Norse myth.
The Dragon Slayer!
However, that raises a number of questions. A true legend you may be, that doesn't explain where your monstrous strength comes from. More importantly, why do your eyes glow red? Heh.
So you're a clever one on the side of proper human history, hmm? Now what then? Now that you know who you're up against, how do you intend to fight him?
Sigurd, the great hero of Norse legend. After seeing how fast, sharp, and heavy his blades are, I'm convinced, and those are just his short swords. He still hasn't swung what I believe to be his true blade, the demonic sword Graham, even once. That long red sword. I thought I saw him swing it at least once or twice. Ah, yes, I suppose it would have seemed that way, but I'm afraid bluntly, he was doing no more than casually parrying our attacks. He has yet to use it offensively. We still have not seen what he is truly capable of. Enough of your
yapping.
This pressure is so intense. No, this isn't over yet. Yeah! A temporary
Power-up spell. Out of my way.
Look out! He's going to use his gram!
die,
Human.
Oh, no you don't. He may be human. But I'm a heroic spirit, one I might add, who has seen more than his fair share of combat. My apologies, but I can't have you using Graham so close to the border. Yeah! Shut up. Holmes! Gah! Guess you so-called
Heroic spirits are more fragile than I thought.
Holmes! Senpai! Senpai! Holmes's right arm is gone! Keep calm, Mash. Don't worry. I won't let Holmes die. Thank you, Senpai. Caillou! Go after him. Leave me here. Senpai! I'll use a Mystico to heal him. Emergency heal! Holmes, why did you stop him? Please stay still so Senpai can... Damn, bro! Don't. Please. Save as much as your magical energy as you can. Graham most certainly lives up to its reputation, but as you can see, my heart and brain are fine. I may be badly injured, but my spirit core is intact. I'm still a heroic spirit, remember. It will take a deal more than that to finish me. Phew. Caillou! I can't very well fail to do my part after your rousing speech, Miss Kirei. Never mind me. You need to go after him. Remember, he said he was going to take something that lies inside the shadow border. That must be why he attacked us. Whatever it is he's after, we cannot let him have it. Elementary, my dear Miss Kirei. This light, this is your noble phantasm? Precisely. As you are aware, it should provide both you and Max with a significant boost in strength. It may not be quite at full capacity, but it should still be rather potent for anyone attempting to fight in a desperate situation, such as yourselves. In my estimation, Sigurd appears to be a frighteningly unnatural being. Unnatural? I'm certain he isn't yet fully acclimated. There's a chance you may still be able to defeat him. Acclimated? What do you mean? Please, Holmes, just be straight with us for once. I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain while I'm sober. What? I'm afraid I'm having difficulty putting my thoughts in order. Holmes! Vital signs confirmed. He's lost a lot of magical energy, but aside from that, it's just like he said. His spirit core is still intact, Senpai. Come on, we've got to stop Sigurd. Right. Dude needs his stash. Yeah, that sprite was crazy. Look at that, dude. God damn. Jesus, man. I must have passed out. Good, they're gone. Phew. I see. So this is what a blow from a demonic sword feels like. How truly excruciating. Perhaps it is exacerbated by the fact that I've never experienced such a deep wound before. So this is the sort of pain you smiled through, eh, Yelena?
Who's that? So you are still thinking clearly. Now I feel silly for wondering, or forever worrying about you. Just sit tight, Holmes. Someone will come to help you out just as soon as I finish evacuating everyone from the rear hatch. We might not be able to use the border's facilities right now, but we should be able to replenish your magical energy. Just hang on a little longer. At least we know from your battle that this hostile servant isn't here to destroy the border. If we're lucky, he'll leave it mostly intact, so just hold on for a bit, okay?
Understood. That said, I'm afraid mental fortitude can only do so much here. To be honest, I'm in real danger of disappearing. I'm afraid he inscribed a death room into me. You see, one wrong move and that will be the end of me.
A death rune? But there aren't any runes that can kill a heroic spirit. No, wait. I forgot about the primordial runes, the ones Odin created that served as a magecraft foundation in the Age of Gods. Then you mean...
I do indeed. You saw our battle for yourself. Sigurd learned a number of runes from the Allfather's daughter. He must have inscribed it the moment he cut off my right arm. It would seem that he truly has it out for me. So I'm afraid if I push myself too hard, my spirit core will fail. Happily, I can at least speak as long as I remain still, though the pain is still quite exquisite.
Gosh, then you really are just hanging on by a thread. Okay, wait a second. I'll be right there.
Right. There's so much I need to tell you, but I'm afraid I keep slipping in and out of consciousness. I'm finding it difficult to concentrate, and for some reason, my thoughts keep turning to the past.
Holmes!
Da Vinci, would you give Mr. Gordoff a message for me? Tell him to stay put, no matter what is taken. I'm certain Sigurd has no potential interest in humans or heroic spirits. After all, he's... No! Suslock Holm. What's this image? Oh, his sprite? That's so cool. That's crazy. Fuck, man. Oh wait, we're going against him. Ismanir, let's go.
I've caught up to the target. He's still somewhere inside the border. He appears to be headed for the cockpit.
Holmes's noble phantasm is still active. This is our chance to take Sigurd down.
All right. Huh? There's nobody here. No signs of a struggle either. What in the...
It looks like the inside of the hatch is open. They must be on the deck.
You sure about this, old man? If you give him that, we'll be...
Stop that. Shut your mouth before he kills us all. We don't have any other choice. Trust me. Here, this is the paper moon you said you were looking for. Go on, take it. Normally we'd be keeping it hidden, but you're so strong that I decided to give it to you as a reward. I'm surprised.
You humans are seldom so intelligent. Still, I didn't think you'd give it up so easily. I heard this thing was your lifeline.
It may be our lifeline, but you are a threat to our actual lives. That thing certainly won't help fill our bellies. Now go on. You got what you came for, didn't you? You don't have any further business with us, right? Right? Oh, without the paper moon, we're just helpless drifters. At this point, it's only a matter of time until we die on our own. There's no reason for you to sully your hands with the blood of insignificant specks like us, is there? So why not just be on your way then?
You've got a point. This sword wasn't made for cutting up useless meat.
Yes, I made it out alive again. Hold it right there. I don't think so.
Right. You need to give us back that compass right now, Sigurd.
No, things were going so well. Have you gone mad picking a fight with a scary knife guy? Oh?
The human and the hybrid, huh? Do you still not see how outclassed you are? Ah, I see. So you got a little boost from the heroic spirit who doesn't know when he's been beaten. Fine, I suppose you're worth killing. You two obviously don't know when to quit either. Alright, it wouldn't hurt to put this body through its paces a little more anyway. Give me your best shot. I'll humor you and take this at least halfway seriously.
You better believe we will. We're not backing down until you leave our ship one way or another.
Heh. Now you're telling me
to leave, Alright then, tell me your names. I hear that's what human heroes are supposed to do.
I'm Mash Kirei. And I'm Max. Got it. I'll
Probably forget them shortly.
Fine with us. Come on, Master. Let's get our paper moon back from Sigurd.
Conceit, overconfidence, arrogance, pride. You humans never change. Heh, you're just like the gods.
Gods? Call us whatever you want. You may even be right. But be that as it may, neither Senpai nor I will back down. This time, we've got Holmes cheering us on. Sigurd, if anyone's going to back down here, it will be you. Damn, Mash fucking whiplashing him with the speech. Let's go. I too would be heading for the cock-in pit. Alright. Holmes buff. Immune to mental debuffs. Okay, that doesn't matter.
さてカウンティングオーバーさてカウンティングオーバー君に全チップをかけよう頼むぞ君に全チップをかけよう頼むぞ
Oh, shit. Oh my god, he's gonna get hit so hard here. If these fucking crit. Give me the crits, give me the crits. Tepiomia, hopefully I pronounced that right, sorry, I butcher names all the time. Oh hey, it's that one Lostbelt I skipped a speedrun for the event, never ended up going back to. Oh no! Lapsed in Squirtoria. Come on, crit! Yes! Crit! Yes! Evil laughing Moriarty. Let's go! Easy clap. One turn. Unga bunga jalter. Unga bunga jalter. Lesbian lolly laughing Kuro. Here he comes. Ah! Using a command spell. Oh, whoops, I didn't turn on the voice. Ha! There! I got him! Phew. That blow had all of our magical energy behind it, both mine and Senpai's, and thanks to Holmes' help, I'm sure it was very powerful. It may not have been a true Baritsu, but I'm certain you felt it anyway. Your spirit core should have been damaged in several places now. Please leave, Sigurd. My spirit
core, huh? What about it? What about it?
Damn, dude! Mash! I can't see where he... Ah! Senpai! My exoskeleton's drive is failing. I've only got a little magical energy left. No, not yet. I can't afford to fall yet. Senpai! Senpai! No! Run over to her. Stop.
Don't move. So, what was that just now? Something only a hybrid could do? I was pretty surprised to hear you put all of your magical energy into that attack. Never thought I'd see a hunter be so chatty before they take down their quarry. No, that's not right. You're not hunters or heroes. You're probably not warriors either.
Senpai! Come on! Move, Ortnex, please! You poor,
pathetic children. This is an act of mercy. Rejoice, I will behead you with my sword of your... I will behead you with the sword of your own beloved hero. Pitiful humans, neither you nor the world have any future to look forward to.
No, stop! Senpai, please! Use another command spell on me! Senpai! Don't bother, you'll
be dead long before you get the chance to summon your magical energy. Farewell.
Refuse to look away. Close your eyes and use a command spell.
Sigurd was right. The sword did come faster than the command spell. The sound of the sword slicing through the air rang out. But for some reason, that was the only sound. A second passed, then 2, and nothing changed. Max remained unharmed, and somehow still alive. His eyes are blue now. The red blade had stopped dead in its tracks, right before his eyes. His sword stopped mid-swing. The sword is like... Master!
I guess this is what they call a hero's pride. You got lucky, child.
Master! Please don't move. I'm afraid his kick injured me pretty badly. So, please, just stay still for now. Senpai. Mash!
Damn, he kicked our asses. Mash dies, the end game is over. No mash, no shield, no summoning, no gotcha, no profit, no game! Terminator vibes. Jalter double Merlin go burr, it's true. No mash, no cock block, win-win. Blue Eye White Sigurd saved the day? Question mark? Oh shit, here's a castle. Who's the king of this Lostbelt? Ophelia, she's one of the masters. So I wonder, is this guy, Sigurd, is that her servant? And then I'm assuming the king is here too, right? Of the Lostbelt? Let's see. I'm back, Ophelia.
That was fast. Did you retrieve the Paper Moon Void reality observation device that once belonged to the Atlas Institute as I instructed? You'd better not have broken it, did you?
Don't ask me.
I can't get used to these man-made toys for the life of me. You want your little golden treasure so badly? Take a look at it yourself.
Good.
Do you guys want me to do a more, I have a feminine voice changer for Ophelia, but I was thinking I'd only use this for, Koyanskaya specifically, but let me know if you like it.
Hello, my name is Ophelia. Does it sound weird? Or should I use this voice only for Koyanskaya? You pick.
Cursed. Doesn't fit her. Hot. This sounds so legit. I was thinking I might use that voice only for Koyanskaya specifically because I know Koyanskaya is gonna come in later at some point. I don't know when, but I know she comes in the Lostbelts further down the line, and I figured I'd get that voice changer ready just for her. Sounds a little too high for her, for either. That voice got me acted up. Is that Alvin and the Chipmunks? Kind of cursed, to be honest. Good. I mean, Koyanskaya is pretty cursed, to be honest. Alright, I'll just go with a light voice for Ophelia for now. Ophelia sounds like if you were to stuck up with your broom up your ass and it crushed Wodheim and tried to impress him. Do it again for science reasons? Especially for Koyanskaya's Dami Mommy energy? Yeah. Imagine Koya having a Sawashiro Miyuku kind of pitch. I don't even know who that is. Ophelia be like, did you transport from the original location to the current location device known as a cell house imitation of the natural satellite of the planet we are inhabiting? Like you instructed, like you were instructed by me? Sigurd's like, what? Sigurd went, what? Good. This is definitely the real thing. Why don't you hang on to it for me? Don't let anyone else have it, no matter what. After all, you're the strongest being in all of Scandinavia with the exception of Her Majesty. I'm sure.
So, now that I've fulfilled my duties as a servant, do I get some kind of reward? How about it, Master Ophelia? Famrus alone? I don't know how to pronounce that name.
Well done, Saber, my most powerful knight. I have no other work for you at the for the time being. Feel free to rest up and relax for a while. How does that sound as a reward?
That works.
Oh, and may I say something? Sure. Would you mind not staring at me with those red eyes? Heh, you're a funny
one. You think you've got room to talk when it comes to unusual eyes, Ophelia?
Oh, damn. Never mind about me. We have the paper moon. Right now, that's all that matters. The all-terrain void transporter Shadowboarder. It may be the only one of its kind in existence, able to do the impossible, but without the paper moon serving as its eyes, it's useless. I commend Chaldea for destroying the Russian Lostbelt, but without the Shadowboarder, they can go no further. This is where their journey ends. Now, there is effectively no one left who can interfere with Lord Kishtaria. Now all that remains is... Oh shit, there's the king of the Lostbelt. Queen of Ice and Snow.
Heh, I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Ophelia. Are these the high spirits born of true romance, or mere puppy love? Even after thousands of years of attempting to do so, I cannot quite grasp the concept of love, though I know you humans speak of it often. Tell me, what does it taste like? Is it sweet, perhaps spicy, even fiery?
Your Majesty.
I never took you for one to smile upon gaining a new toy. I see that even you have a soft side. Now what of this tree of emptiness, I believe you called it? How is that faring?
It's coming along well. Even now it continues to grow larger in its garden, away from any who might observe or interfere with it. Since there is no opposing faction in this Scandinavian Lostbelt, there should be nothing to interfere with its growth.
Faction? I must confess I am unfamiliar with that word. I suppose we do hear the occasional lone wolf howl, but that is of no consequence. If anything, it helps to pass the time. Still, I suppose if there is one form of a pack, that could be somewhat troublesome. Don't you agree, Ophelia?
Yes, I do.
My world, my Scandinavia, is a land where peace reigns far and wide. There has never been a conflict among its people, not once. The wild beasts do devour their prey, of course, but that is as far as it goes. Pointless conflict is a foreign concept to man and beast alike, as is resentment. The worst that has ever happened is a single wolf's howling, don't you think?
I do. Under your rule, this world of Scandinavia has become one of the great embodiments of peace.
The way you say that, Ophelia, it sounds as though there are other worlds that have achieved similar peace. How adorable.
Surely you jest. This Lostbelt stability is of vital importance, Your Majesty. It is the key to growing our tree. All you need to do is continue ruling as you always have.
You truly are a selfless young woman, aren't you, Ophelia? I suppose I should commend you for your diligence, but it takes more than that to be a queen. Do you understand me, Ophelia? If not, I suggest you learn.
With all due respect, Your Majesty, I am no queen.
Ha ha ha.
Why did you take it? My land has no place for ever. The fuck is that? Extreme greed. Pronunciation.
Avarice.
Avarice.
My land has no place for avarice. If you would protect and obey me as your queen, you would do well to remember that.
Avarice. Thank you, chat.
I believe you called it a compass. I see, so the hospitality of my ice castle is not enough for you. Surely you haven't forgotten, every bit of snow and ice blanketing this world is a part of me. As I preside... Oh, so it's all part of her. As I preside over all that is pure and white, nothing can elude me. I know and see all that takes place within my land. I can hear it too, the breath of all living creatures, their cries, their fluttering. I can hear the howl of the wind, the sympathy of the leaves overlapping, and of course, the words of humans. That goes for the crew of this shadow border as well. As I speak, they are erecting a bounded field to keep the giants away. How touching, how pitiful. I see they too are humans. They guard their lives closely so that they may grow and survive. Saber, didn't I tell you that you were free to kill everyone there except Mash? I can't tell
you humans apart.
Why, you? How delightful. You certainly are blunt, Dragon Slayer. Nonetheless, Ophelia, it seems you still fail to understand my methods. Why kill them? With all due respect, Your Majesty, because the Chaldeans who live on the Shadow Border are our enemies. Our enemies, hmm?
If you want me to kill them
I'm all right now. I'll go take care of it.
Don't! I don't want you killing Mash Kirei. Interesting. I don't believe I've ever seen that look on your face, Ophelia. You never so much as batted an eye when it came to that archer, but just now, I could have sworn I saw the look of a genuine concern on your face. Interesting. I take it this Kirei person means something to you as well, then? Well, Ophelia Famzaroloni? I'm calling her Ophelia Macaroni. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I cannot answer that question. You truly are adorable, Ophelia. Very well, I shall forgive you this once. As for you, Knight, do not kill them. I forbid it. My snow and ice is an expression of my love, not of death. I will not tolerate anyone staining its pure white with crimson. Is that clear? Love is a wonderful thing. If you ever come to know it yourselves, take care not to lose it. You must cradle it in your hands, and hold it close, hold it tight. If you are not careful, loveless flames may throw everything out of balance. That is how it has been since the gods first came to be. Is that clear, Ophelia? And Sir Knight? Yes, Your Majesty, I will not forget it. You can hear each of the cryptors' voice if you want the individual Lostbelt trailers. Oh, shit. Lots of spoilers in this trailer. Oh, okay, I won't watch it just yet then. Yeah, I know the Lostbelt OPs. I've been wanting to watch them, but I watched the first one and that had a decent amount of spoilers in it, and so I decided I won't watch the Lostbelt trailers until I'm about like halfway through the Lostbelt or so, and then I can probably watch it because they don't give like end of Lostbelt spoilers, but they do give like halfway spoilers. They basically tell you all the servants that are going to be in it, right? But they don't tell you the end game. Oh, damn, look at the ice castle. The little walls, that looks sick. Love, huh? No. She has a crush on Wodime, right? There's gonna be a lot of love shit in this Lostbelt, huh? Since I already know Sigurd and his like wife are in it, just because of I kind of got that spoiled for me because of the summer event. I know they're both in it. No, I won't let that happen to Kadok. Oh, I won't let what happened to Kadok happen to me. I will not fail. I will do everything I can to help Lord Kristaria. I will feed on the other Lostbelts and make certain I live up to his hopes for me. Aw, shit. I know who that is, too. I got her at NP5. Which one's the best, chat? I personally like the pink-haired one the best, I think. Feed. You always get that look on your face whether you speak of... You always get that look on your face whenever you speak of the tree, Ophelia. Do you not like it here? Do you feel as though you don't belong? How the fuck do you say that name, dude? What?
Ortlinde.
Ortlind.
Ortlinde.
Okay. Not too bad. Ortlind. Ortlind. No, I don't think that. Not that hard, gotcha.
I saw that and I was like, bro, what the fuck is that name? My mother was Scandinavian, albeit in proper human history. This is my homeland of sort. I would never hate it here. Quite the opposite. I feel as though some part deep inside of me is more at peace than it's been in a very long time. Even the air tastes better here. I love this place. The Queen does keep surprising me with how generous she can be, but I don't mind that either. You love it, you say? Yes, I do. I was so glad when I found myself here after my coffin was opened. I really mean that. Which is why I'm proud it's my job as a crypter to tend to the tree, its crucial life form. It's a crucial life form, a necessary one. Necessary for this Kristaria man, you mean? For this Lostbelt. Didn't I already tell you three about it? Yes, you did. Oh, youngest Valkyrie, they just outright say it there. I've logged your current statements in my memory. I'll go ahead and link them to our shared memories now. I've received a question from Hildir. She wants to know why you always have that bitter look when you talk about the tree if you don't dislike it here. Bitter? Well, because it makes me keenly aware of how powerless I really am. Even if the tree does grow to maturity, the most I can hope to do is keep it that way. It's very unlikely this world will change unless I use my serious light. You want to change this land, Ophelia? Sometimes. You don't? So, he mentioned... Kadok mentioned at the end of Lostbelt 1 when he was going to use his serious light that it was a command spell that lets them remake the land. I don't know what that means specifically, but there they just mentioned it again. You want to change this land. So the command spell Serious Light lets them change or remake the land of their specific Lostbelt, I'm assuming somehow. What that means specifically in detail, I'm not really sure, but in a broad sense, that command spell that all the cryptors have, I guess, lets them change the land of the Lostbelt, which is interesting. You want to change this land, Ophelia? Sometimes. You don't? We can analyze, but we can't make judgment calls. All we can do is follow the orders we're programmed with. Did you forget, Cryptor? We aren't human. We only exist to carry out our master's orders. Yes, I remember. There, again. Huh? I'm sorry, you had the same look on your face as when you discussed the tree, so I responded with the same thread you would. The same way Thrud would. Now that our statements have synced up. I see. Then I'm afraid that, even between the three of you, your analysis must still be incomplete. I wonder if... the Valkyries are kind of like robots, right? I wonder, should I use autotune?
No, this probably doesn't sound too great. Auto-tune Valkyries. Sync up.
That's probably too weird. Holy shit, that's a long quest.
Ah, yes. I remember.
Hey, Ryan, thanks so much for the sub.
How's it hanging, Max? I'm subbed for 3 years today. Smiley face.
3 years? Boy, you mean 3 months. Unless you mean YouTube or some shit. We got new emotes today too, Ryan, just so you know. We got Himiko Hi. You can look through them if you want. That's one of them, though. You can say hi in chat now with Himiko Hi. I gotta zoom in. A lot of these emotes, no disrespect to the commission, the artists, of course, but some of them are like super small, like these two. I feel like I need a, I need to edit them and zoom in a bit so you can actually see the faces more with those two specifically. And the high emote, I can zoom in on the high emote as well. I like that the Ilio one's probably the best in terms of proportions. You can see that one pretty well. The Ilio one's adorable. I love that one. And then there's 2 more emotes that are pending currently as well. One of them's an animated emote. Yes, the Ilio one's so good. It's not bad. You can still see. It's fine. Not everyone needs to be entirely the face. That's true. I think that the Angry Mango one is the one I've got the biggest problem with. That one's pretty freaking small. You can like only make out the eyes for the most part. And the Himiko High one actually too. The Oberon one is all right. I think the Himiko High and the other one I might zoom in on. Just because you can't see them too well when they're super small like that. They are clear and big enough. If they are too zoomed in, some things won't fit anymore. Okay. If you guys like them, if the subs like them, I won't fuck with them at all. If you think the proportions are fine, for sure, I won't fuck with them then. I can't wait for the Castoria one so we can pair it up with the toilet one. That's gonna be funny. All right. I don't know if we should. Fuck it. We'll finish this node. I was debating on whether or not we should keep going or call it here. We'll finish this node up. Hopefully it's not too long. Section 3, the Lord of Creation. Ooh, beginning. Lord of Creation is giving me beast vibes, man. Are all the present and accounted for? Then let's get this briefing underway. Technical advisor?
You got it. Okay, let's start with a review on our current situation. First of all, it's been about 20 hours since yesterday's attack. Thanks to all of our valiant efforts, we were able to avoid the worst case scenario. But I'm afraid we're still not doing well, all told. When Sigurd, whom we believed to be a Lostbelt servant, broke into the Shadowborder's cockpit yesterday, he made off with our void reality observation device, the Paper Moon.
That's right, of all the things for him to take.
Hey, he didn't exactly steal it from us, did he? You gift-wrapped the damn thing for him. Why the hell did you do something like that? Even Sigurd found it weird.
You think I was giving him a present, you fool? I'll have you know that was me planning ahead. He didn't look at all like the gentle sort, so I wrapped the Paper Moon carefully to ensure that he wouldn't break or damage it.
Wait, you did? Really?
He actually wrapped it up for him.
All right. You can You can argue all you want later. Between the emergency exit attempted emergency dive, and Sigurd's attack, the damage to the Shadow Border is extensive. Frankly, it's a miracle that none of us died. Although...
How's Holmes doing? I haven't seen Holmes since all this.
I'm worried too. I haven't spoken to him since the last battle. Is he... It's not good. If he pushes himself even a little, he'll die. He has to stay completely still while he recuperates. He didn't just lose an arm, you know. He also got inscribed with the primordial rune of death. A primordial rune? The Lost Norse runes are one of the foundations of magecraft. Mages have particularly reproduced them, but they pale in comparison to the original ones of the Age of Gods. Still, that doesn't mean they're not handy. They can be chanted very quickly, which makes them very useful in a lot of situations. For example, we used a whole bunch of them for Max's mystic codes like Gondir. At any rate, the primordial runes are powerful stuff. According to the Norse myth, Odin made most of the world out of Ymir, with the exception of the runes. No, the runes were a different matter. Odin discovered them after offering up his own life. Their shapes contain the depths of the world itself. I guess you could call them the pathways to truth that Odin rediscovered. If you inscribe the rune of death, then there's no escaping it no matter what. If you're flesh and blood, that is. Flesh and blood? Then, since Holmes is a heroic spirit, does that mean he can be cured? Fo-fo! You got it! A gold star for you, Mash. I have no idea what you're saying, Fo. If you want to lavish me with your praise for my genius in putting together a recovery pod for ether bodies on such short notice, you can go right ahead. You deserve some thanks too, Max. I'm sorry you had to try to heal him with your mystic codes so many times. But it was thanks to you that Holmes didn't disappear before I could finish the recovery pod.
It's fine. Don't worry about that. Hey, that's what they're there for.
Well, thanks again. I'm sure he'll want to thank you too once he's back on his feet. That said, for the time being, Holmes will essentially be comatose. I know you're anxious, Gordy, but...
That's Mr. Gordoff to you, technical advisor. Need I remind you that we are still in a briefing? And on that note, let's get down to brass tacks. Mash Kirei, Max, I have decided on a new mission for you. I trust you already know what it is, but I'll explain anyway. We have lost both the Paper Moon and one of our heroic spirits. Well, temporarily in the latter case at least. The situation may be dire, but it's not going to improve by us sitting around twiddling our thumbs, which means...
The goal of this mission is to turn things around and keep moving forward. Oh, sorry, I stole your thunder, didn't I? Tee. Oh my god, I love fucking Da Vinci, man. What? I can giggle if I want. Alright, move on. This mission has 3 main objectives: recovering the Paper Moon, cutting down the Tree of Emptiness, and finding a path to the North Sea. I understand why we need to get the Paper Moon back since we can't continue our journey without it. But why is cutting down the Tree of Emptiness part of this mission too? An excellent question. So you'll recall, Sigurd didn't come here to kill us. He came here to steal the Paper Moon. Why would he do that if he belonged to this Lostbelt? Simply put, he wouldn't. Never in a million years. The only ones who would consider the Paper Moon a threat are the Cryptors, especially now that they've lost Russia. In which case, it makes sense to assume that he is one of the Cryptor servants. Oh, so this Lostbelt's Cryptor already knows we're here, which means... Right. There's no avoiding a fight, and if we're going to have to do that, we might as well take down the Tree of Emptiness while we're here, right?
Correct. One of the Cryptors realizes the Tree of Emptiness is in danger. We can be certain they will have some sort of response. And when they do, that will be the perfect chance for us to take the Paper Moon back. Maybe I'm being a little over-optimistic here, but I'd say this plan is absolutely foolproof.
Fo. Anyway, there is a ton to do before we get to that. First order of business, we need to conduct a thorough investigation of this Lostbelt. And since we have to stay here and repair the border, I'm afraid that will fall to the 2 of you again. You okay with that? We're on it, just leave it to us. Peace, Ryan, if you're still here. Thanks for hanging me in. Still, I'm a little worried about leaving the border with Holmes in such a critical condition.
What if you get attacked again? What about the giants?
Not to worry. I've already got just the thing in mind for handling them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm glad you are as skilled as much as you are cute.
Flatterer! Don't stop now. It's about time someone recognized just how useful I am. Anyway, let's start by going over a few things. We need to make sure we're all on the same page for this Lostbelt after all. First things first, the Norse mythology we know from proper human history. Scandinavia used to be home to all sorts of gods, giants, and other mystics, just like the Age of Gods in other areas. But then, in 1000 BC, about 3,000 years ago, Mount Katla erupted and Ragnarok began. It brought an end to that entire reality, essentially Scandinavia's own Age of Gods. The gods, the giants, even phantasmals in the region, along with all their myths and legends, were completely wiped out.
At least, that's the conventional wisdom in the mage community.
Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, that was the conflict that brought an end to the gods in Norse mythology, right?
That's right. Loki's mischief eventually begat all sorts of disasters, culminating with the Muspel fire giants invading the Muspelheim, the land of flame. In fact, what most believe to have been an enormous eruption from Mount Katla was actually the fire giants' invasion. It's said that during Ragnarok, Odin was eaten by Fenrir, the great wolf of ruin, and that many gods died in a fearsome clash with the giants. I apologize for all the mispronounced words, but I'm not going to take my time and try to pronounce all of them when there's so many. Before Surtur, the fiery king of the giants and ruler of Muspelheim, laid waste to all land with his flaming sword.
Yep, and once the gods and giants had vanished from Scandinavia, that was when the age of humanity began. That was when most of the mystic was lost and civilization rapidly advanced. Fo. Basically, yep. What? The idea that the reality texture covering the world disappeared along with Scandinavia's Age of Gods was more of a presumption, courtesy of the mages from proper human history. That does differ a bit from regular historical records, though. The oldest known record we have of Mount Kadla erupting goes back to AD 930. And there just aren't enough records of what happened all the way back in 1000 BC.
That tracks, if the entire texture was wiped out. Again, conventional wisdom says that we only have bits and pieces left over now because of this entire texture disappearing.
You really do love your conventional wisdom, don't you, Director?
What's wrong with that? Many notable authorities support that theory. I'm told it's all the common knowledge in the Clock Tower's archaeology department, in the Mulistia faction to be precise.
Fo. When you get right down to it, there's still a lot more we don't know.
Why is Fo charming in on this conversation, dude? So silly.
In proper human history, we never did get the full picture of the Scandinavian Age of Gods, so all we have are a lot of vague guesses patched together from whatever small remnants we could find. But hey, that's pretty much the case everywhere.
However, that is obviously not the case for this version of Scandinavia, not by a damn sight. I'm guessing that here in this Scandinavia Lostbelt, the Age of Gods never ended.
We have run into giants. Does that mean there are gods here too? That would seem to follow. Maybe not. If we are still in the Age of Gods here, then there may be gods kicking around here too, but at this point, we really can't say for sure. One of the big questions we need to answer is, when did this Lostbelt diverge from proper human history? The other is, given the giants we've run into, we can be certain that this is before the AD era, and the Age of Gods level mystics still exist, but we don't yet know why that is. So, those are the two big questions, when and why. We should feel a lot better once we have the answers. So, we want to know the time period this Lostbelt diverged from proper human history, and why it happened in the first place.
This is, I think, the most, the coolest part of the Lostbelts is a different timeline that diverges off because we're in the present right now. We're in the present year of 2020 in game. But the world is drastically different because of a certain year and a certain event that happened thousands of years ago in humanity's past that created this future. And so, in Lostbelt 1's case, that was in the year 1500, a comet hit Earth and caused another ice age, and that's why it was super fucking snowy. And then for humans to survive, they merged with demonic beasts to create the Yaga. That's so fucking cool to me, and how every Lostbelt's gonna have their own unique version of that. And so with this Lostbelt, I'm guessing that Ragnarok and that event, the eruption, the mountain erupting that basically wiped out all of Scandinavia back then in the Age of Gods, I'm assuming that didn't happen, and that's what led to this happening. Maybe that's just my theory as of right now. It's really cool though. I love that concept.
Diverged from proper human history and why it happened in the first place.
Micro Infinito, appreciate the follow. Thank you.
Diverged from proper human history. Let me read that whole thing. So, we want to know the time period this Lostbelt diverged from proper human history and why it happened here in the first place. Right you are, Mash. At this point, I think it could have diverged around 3,000 years ago, around the time Ragnarok and proper human history's Scandinavian Age of Gods. But as to why that happened, your guess is as good as mine. Why does this Lostbelt look like this? Why are those flames you saw in the northern mountains? Or what are those flames you saw in the northern mountains? And based on what we've been able to observe from the border, why does it look like there aren't any towns or cities like there were in proper human history? Are there even any other humans here? If so, did they change into something else like the Yaga? We really do have a lot of unanswered questions.
That's right. We still know practically nothing. The best we have right now is our estimation that the Age of Gods never ended there. If only a divine being would have the courtesy to show up and tell us what's going on. Stupid Lostbelt.
I don't know. I can't think of many gods that go in the whole exposition thing. Fo. Hey, at least you've got an adorable and knowledgeable Da Vinci on your side. Let's see, speaking of the situation here, right, I've still got to tell you about the Scandinavian Tree of Emptiness. But we weren't able to see it. I imagine not, particularly since the border couldn't see it with its sensors either. So we should just assume that this Lostbelt's Tree of Emptiness is being concealed somehow.
which is why your mission objectives include finding it. Good luck. We're counting on you. Roger that. And once we find it, we have to cut it down. But of course, if you see an opportunity to chop it down, go right ahead. You need not wait for my orders in that case.
Foo-foo! Let's see. Alright, and one more thing. I really hate to say this, but it's not possible to summon servants outside of battle here.
What?
Foo!
Because the border doesn't have enough power? Because there aren't any ley lines nearby or something?
The border is running way low on power thanks to all the damage, but the biggest issue is in fact that we couldn't detect any ley lines. I bet it's because of all the magical energy intertwined with the ice and snow at the molecular level. I'm afraid it's also going to interfere with our long-range comms.
That's not good.
Alternatively, the ice and snow's magical energy could be completely controlling both this Lostbelt's mana and history. So that would mean if someone were manipulating the ice and snow via magecraft, then it'd mean they're incredibly powerful. If we want to keep hypothesizing, I'd guess it'd be like if someone like that exists, they're also this Lostbelt's king. Of course, it's possible this is just what the Lostbelt is like, but let's keep that possibility in mind.
If I may. In short, our situation is highly precautious. We have no choice but to send a mere 2-person team to explore further, despite the fact that we currently have no means of defending ourselves. I hope you can appreciate how difficult of a decision this was to reach. All clear here. Pretty sure you already said this as much earlier. Ha ha ha, good. Very well then. As the expedition team, you will leave first thing tomorrow morning at 0900.
Well, while we're on the subject, let's talk about your current destination too. Though we don't know where Sigurd went after stealing the Paper Moon, we did detect a group of lifeforms approximately 150 kilometers northwest from the border's current location. I'm hoping it's a village, even though there wasn't one there on the 2019 map. Anyway, I think that'd be a good place to start asking around. I'll make sure to prepare some translation talismans before you leave, of course. I wish I could do more to help you two. Under normal circumstances, I'd be right there with you in the border. But this is the best we can do right now. I'm sorry. The Shadow Border still needs a lot of repair work to get it mobile again, and of course zero sailing is currently out of the question. Still, at least you won't have to worry about the Ortonax. I spent the last 20 hours going over the whole thing with fine tooth and comb. You shouldn't have to worry about it acting up after getting hit with a demonic sword anymore either. Thank you, Da Vinci. Next time I see him... Yep, you give him the what? You give him the what for. Don't hold back on Siegfried's account. Yes, you're right, though I don't think we need to bring Siegfried into this. It sucks we can't count on our comms. I wish at least we'd have one more fighter we could send with you. Yeah, having another heroic spirit around would be a real welcome, especially one who could watch over the border for me.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't you even think about wasting our last bit of power on a summoning test. If you've got the time to whine about things we haven't got, then get out there and find them. That's the smart way to go about this.
Yeah, you've got a point. All right, Mash and Max. We're going to have to count on the two of you to find some help, and maybe even bolster our fighting forces to begin the bargain.
Ah, yes.
Hey, Anarchy, thank you for the 19 months, brother. Appreciate it. We got new emotes, by the way, so check them out and use them if you want. Himiko High is probably my favorite new one. Hello. What's the word? We are chilling. Playing the new Lostbelt. It's pretty freaking good so far. It's all Norse mythology. I'm super into it.
Maybe there are other heroic spirits from proper human history here, like there were in Russia. Exactly. With any luck, there will be heroic spirits the land itself summoned here, like Beowulf and Billy. All right, let's go over everything one last time. For this mission, you two have 3 primary objectives. First, take back the Paper Moon. Second, cut down the Tree of Emptiness. And third, find a path to the North Sea. Of course, those last 2 are more of an extra credit, but the first one is absolutely crucial. So let's get started with that information gathering and hopefully recruiting some fighters.
Got it. We won't let the mission fail.
Right, Senpai. Fo! Fo! Fo!
Very well then. Begin tomorrow morning at 0900. Now, if there are no further questions, this briefing is concluded. No, where's the drifter? I took him out. Once I get follower emotes, I'm gonna make it a follower emote. I ran out of emote slots. Follower emotes, I have 5 spots open, but I can't use it, unfortunately, at the moment. I can't use it because like I haven't streamed enough streams to use it or some bullshit. It will be available to me in the future, and I plan on activating it then. Damn, brother, drifter laughing is fucking the best. Yeah, I'll make it a follower. I'm probably gonna move the Marayaya and the drifter L1 into the follower emotes along with the Himiko High one, and then I'm gonna buy some more emotes too, or commission some more. Random question, but how was your Megalos fight in Agartha? I just finished it in GP, and it was easier than I remembered. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I'm pretty sure I first tried it. I definitely did not fail. I mean, you know my team. I didn't have any trouble with it at all with the double Merlin Jalter. I think at one point he did bring out my backline, and I did get it was a Herc versus Herc fight at one point, which was cool. I have the Agartha playthrough on my VODs channel if you want to check it out. It should be the second part 2. It was only a part 1 and part 2 playthrough. Megalos would actually be interesting if you had to deal with all 12 break bars in one fight. That's what I was saying. That would have been nuts. All right, Lord of Creation, the beginning. Let's keep going. She's so cute in her little fur coat.
It doesn't look like there'll be any blizzard. Looks like today's forecast for the southern Sweden region of this Lostbelt is clear skies. I'm all set, Senpai.
I'm glad it's still sunny out. I just hope we don't run into any storms like last time.
I doubt we'll see any storms as big as the ones in Russia, but this Lostbelt certainly is extraordinary. We'll need to pay close attention in general, not just to the weather as we go, especially since we can't count on much in the way of backup this time. I know, I really wish there was another heroic spirit who could take over for me here, but since there isn't, we'll just have to make do.
Technical advisor, how long are you planning to spend saying your goodbyes? Get back in here immediately! Need I remind you, you're the only operational heroic spirit we've got right now, and every second you spend away is another second the rest of us are defenseless.
Aw, what's the matter, Director? Miss them already? Something you want to say to them before they go?
I mean yes. With the paper moon stolen, our position is extremely precautious. Add to the fact that we have no mobility on land, and we're as good as dead if the enemy happens to find us. Therefore, it is imperative that you two complete your mission and return as quickly as possible. Whatever you do, make sure you don't just rush in and get yourselves hurt, or worse. We absolutely cannot afford to lose any more of our human or servant resources. Really, we can't afford to lose anything else, given the state of things. Anyway, your first order of business is getting the paper moon back. The second is returning here safely. Now get on with it.
For all his bluster, our new director really does wear his heart on his sleeve. I'm pretty sure that was his way of showing he's worried about you two. I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point, right? Yes, it is.
I'm starting to get a better sense of him. We'll make sure we come back safely so that we don't worry him.
Right, Senpai. We already made him worry a lot during Sigurd's attack. Oh, you should have heard him. Have the demi-servant girl's injuries healed yet? Will those two be okay if they run into a demonic sword wielder again? Not that he's gonna lift a finger himself, given how he's been more timid than usual ever since Holmes got taken out. I must admit, I'm a little worried about the border, with just you being the only one who can defend it now. Hey, I know I'm not much of a fighter, but don't you worry. I'm pretty sure Sigurd isn't gonna bother the border anymore. Plus, I've already gone and put up an extra sturdy bounded field around it anyway. And it's not just sturdy. I made sure none of the indigenous life would be able to tell it's there, especially the giants. I don't think I've worked this hard on the bounded field since I was putting up the finishing touches on the Mona Lisa. I had no idea Da Vinci used to put up bounded fields around her paintings back when she was alive. All right then, we'll be waiting for you to come back with good news. You two be extra careful out there. We still don't know much about this place after all. Not to mention that, well... The fact that we won't be able to communicate is going to be a serious issue. I wish I could have done something about that, but we're past all that now. The ice and snow here are infused with magical energy. That'll get in the way no matter what. So we won't be able to talk to each other once you're more than a few kilometers out. But that doesn't mean I'm giving up. I've still got a few ideas I'll try when I get the chance. You've had a lot on your plate between Holmes and fixing the border. Just make sure you don't push yourself too hard, okay? With the border immobilized, we effectively won't be able to share what we each learn until you make it back to the Norrköping area. This will be the first time you two are entirely on your own. Make sure you're especially careful. Don't go out of your way to save any cute girls asking for help unless they're at least as cute as me, okay? We won't, and please take care of yourself too, Da Vinci. Ugh, you guys are too damn nice for being so young. Then again, I guess I'm younger than you two now, aren't I? Okay, I'll be careful too. Oh, and one more. Foe? Foe! Caillou! Whoa! When did you sneak out here? Ah, you were hiding in my shield again, weren't you? Foe! Okay, it looks like Foe's coming along with us too. I feel safer already. Yes, going from 2 to 3 means 50% more resources. Thanks for coming along, Foe. Foe! So even Foe's trying to help make up for our lack of personnel now. Well, he has great instincts at least. Isn't that right, you little furball, you? Foe! Yes, Foe is more than capable in his own right. Having him along will be a big help. I think we'll be able to effectively fight as a group of 3 now. Foe! Yes, I mean that. Foe! You want to sit on my shoulder? Not Senpai's? Looks like he really likes you, Mash. Okay, this 2-person team is now officially a 3-person team. And on that note, it's finally time to show off my latest invention. This little beauty is something I came up with while I was trying to figure out a way to stay in touch. Sadly, they won't help you communicate, but they will help you get around this Lostbelt a lot easier. I give you the Ortnax Alarius board attachments. What the? Are these some kind of additional equipment for my exoskeleton? When did you have the time to make these? They're skis! Those are skis if I ever saw any. Foe? Never underestimate a genius. Hee. That's right. These are basically super awesome skis. Thanks to their magical energy thrusters, you'll be skipping around like nobody's business. Not even the Alarius, the guardian patron saint of skiers, has got anything on these babies. Don't worry, they'll come with wards and gyro sensors designed to help keep your balance. I've got a set for you too, Max. With these, you 3 should be able to make your way around the Scandinavian snow plains in the blink of an eye. Now we won't ride into any weird local animals. This is awesome. You're the best, Da Vinci. That's right. You should damn well be impressed. Oh, well, be aware if you want to go really fast, you should fold yours up and just hang on tight to mash. Thank you, Da Vinci. I appreciate this a lot, but this isn't taking care of yourself. Hey, if you're going to stay up all night working, best to do it when you're young. Besides, I asked way too much of you two the day before yesterday. It's the least I can do to make up for that. I'm sure Holmes would say the same. But then again, given what our great detective is like, maybe not. I know it's my fault that you two keep having to shoulder so much responsibility. So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, be careful out there. I filled the storage space in Mash's shield with camping gear, water, and a few days worth of food, so make sure you rest up when you need to. Remember, it's gonna be just the 2 of you and Foe, so you need to be extra careful. Right. See you later, Da Vinci. Bye. Have a good trip. Da Vinci Army. No one's cuter than Da Vinci except Castoria, probably. 2 Da Vinci's are cuter than Da Vinci. So young Da Vinci is Da Vinci Rider or just like small Da Vinci? Yeah, like just a
Da Vinci, she's an artificial servant is what they described her as. So I don't even know if she's like a summoned servant. I'm not positive what the fuck she is exactly, but she was a countermeasure. The older Da Vinci that we had set in place. She created an artificial servant and loaded that artificial servant with all of her memories. So in case that she died, another backup would be there for us. All right. It's Da Vinci's painting called Grand Cavallo. I'll have to look that up. Grand Cavallo. Oh, because it's the horse that's the rider. That's cool. Huh. I want Da Vinci Rider to get a buff. She's good for caster node. She's good for caster nodes. She's way too cute to... She's got a really cool costume, too. I love how the costume has the arms as well.
Snow, ice, and fire. So this is the Scandinavian Lostbelt. Looking at it again, it's all very strange, beautiful. Yes, that's true. It's definitely a beautiful landscape. Ice and snow need extreme cold. But yet fire is one of the hottest things in the world, yet somehow here they are coexisting. I've never seen anything like it before, but at the same time it's kind of bizarre. There doesn't seem to be anything here that can burn, but there's the fire floating above the mountains. This scenery may be beautiful, but it's also incomprehensibly mystic. Oh! The Hilarious boards are great at getting around since they can even go up inclines, but when you move at high speeds, you really won't be able to take stock of your surroundings much. Now that we're taking a break to look around, there are several things I've noticed. For example, the amount of fallen snow. I read that Scandinavia actually isn't all that snowy, except for Norway. But here in the Lostbelt, the mountains are all frozen over. Even the trees are... No, wait, not trees, just ice caps? Ice shaped like conifers? Does this mean there aren't any plants here? It does look like there's only fire, ice, and snow here. It certainly seems that way, at least at this point. Maybe this means there's a different force at work here, something very different from what caused Russia's ice age. I remember hearing those Lost Belts are alternate hypothetical versions of history. What must this world's history have been like for it to have this sort of scenery? Ah. Fo-fo! Caillou! Look, Senpai, birds! That must mean this Lost Belt has other normal animals and not just giants and demonic beasts.
Looks that way. I'm kind of relieved to see that.
Right. The fact that birds can survive in this world is a good sign. Fo-fo! Fo, is there something about the birds that bothers you? Fo! Fo-fo! Huh? Anyway, we should get back to our journey, Fo. You stay inside my shield while we use the Hilarious boards, okay? We don't want the wind blowing you away while we're on the move after all. Fo! But first, here's a map of where we would be in proper human history. There's definitely some margin of error since there aren't any GPS satellites to sync it up with, but it should still help. There we go. We're currently on the Scandinavian peninsula, right on top of what used to be Lake Vatern in the southern Sweden. Got it. Hang on. We're on a lake? Yes, that's right. At least, we would be in proper human history. Lake Vatern is an enormous lake believed to have taken shape after Earth's most recent ice age. It's said to be almost 2,000 square kilometers, but in the Lost Belt, we're obviously standing on a mountain range covered in snow. Fo! 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 It's not just the ice, snow, and fire. This Lost Belt differs from proper human history in a lot of significant ways. I thought I'd learned that in Russia, but after seeing this, I feel like I'm learning it all over again. Fo, 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 fo. Fo, Caillou! Fo? Caillou, Caillou! What is it, Fo? Did I do something to... I'm so sorry. I should have noticed sooner. There are large magical energy signatures nearby. They look to be giants. But why now? We didn't run into a single one on the way here. Maybe they only approach you if you stay in one place for a long time? No, never mind. I'll worry about that later. Right now we need to take care of the immediate threat. Let's go head them off. Make sure your newly tuned up Ortonax is ready to go. Understood. Ready to battle once the giants are in range. She hard carried you through one of the boss fights in the later Lostbelt. Still want to use her more? Aw, shit.
My name is Musashi Miyamoto. 剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごとくクジラも大入道御剣だいず魔剣破り受けたまわるつむし魔剣
Damn, so close. Owie.
やりますよここで
Master Artoria, Master, I don't know what's more concerning, the outfit this woman is wearing, or the look she's giving me. Grailed Corgi based, yup. I want a 120 here too. Totally under the belief that Castoria would definitely be in Musashi's range. Oh yeah. Based. Have you checked Castoria dialogue in your room at Final Ascension? She talks about Merlin. No, I haven't. I gotta do that. I'm kind of... I don't know if any... Probably not. I'm kind of worried about story spoilers with her dialogue, but I mean, considering she came out a year before Lostbelt 6, I find that hard to believe she has any story spoilers at the moment. They probably add more dialogue in once that Lostbelt comes out, I imagine, huh?
The battle is over. There are no other magical energy signals within 30 meters of our position.
Cough.
I have to apologize again, Senpai. Even after all of Da Vinci's reminders to be careful, I still let my guard down.
Lasagna didn't patch that? Really? She does have a story spoiler voice line when entering battle, apparently. Oh, shit. Well, at least there's no, subtitles for that.
I know I need to be extra vigilant in watching for magical energy signals and servants, especially since we can't contact the border, and yet I completely failed at that task. Don't worry, Mash, it's really okay. Let's take this as a reminder of why we need to be more careful. Right. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Fo! Thank you, Fo, but it's not your fault. You have nothing to apologize for. If anything, I should be thanking you for alerting us to the danger, so thank you. Fo! Given that we're unable to contact the Shadow Border, we're effectively cut off from Chaldea itself. I need to keep that in mind. In accordance with the Chaldea Personnel Code, Article 23, Paragraph 2, it's imperative that I remain calm and proceed with caution. In other words, I'm free to make decisions, act independently, and return to base on my own discretion. And then make an official report, of course. Personnel Code, Article 23, Paragraph 2, huh? Seems kind of, sparse on the details. Yes, it is. Dr. Roman added Paragraph 2 when no one was looking. That explains it. Yes. Alright, let's resume our expedition, Senpai. Castoria, I need an adult, Musashi. I am an adult, Castoria. I need a different adult. The voice line in question is still understandable without a translation. It's just that you need to know what is the spoiler. Gotcha. Yeah, it's like a context thing. I've confirmed the Ortonax Alaris board attachments have been safely shut down and stowed. Initiating standard Ortonax movement mode. Since there's a lot of trees in this area, I think it would be better to put the Alaris boards away and move around on foot for a while. Good idea, let's do that. So many ice trees. They're not really just frozen trees then, are they? Trees actually made of ice? I can't tell if they were carved from ice or if all these tree-like formations were stuck in the ground. Either way, I can't imagine there would be much wildlife in a place like this. Yeah, the Ilya. Foe! That said, I don't know if this is a good thing or not, but based on the magical energy signals I'm sensing, it looks like there are more giants past the ice trees. There are more of them gathered together than anywhere else we've seen so far. Maybe the path we took to avoid the fiery mountains ended up bringing us to their territory? We don't want to fight them if we can't help it. Let's try to make sure they don't see us. Good point. I'll keep that in mind, Master. Foe! Yes, Foe. That means we'll be walking from here on out. Foe! Foe! I can't believe he's already gone that far ahead. Please don't run off too far on your own, Foe. We don't want a giant spotting you. Oh, but then again, maybe it would be okay. You're so cute that even a giant might want to keep you as a pet instead of eating you. Foe! Senpai, can I talk to you about something? Of course. Thank you. Something has been bothering me about him. Sigurd is one of the greatest heroes in all of Scandinavia. He reforged King Sigmund, his father's demonic sword, Graham, after the divine spear Gundyr shattered it. Then went on to defeat the dragon Fafnir and gain its wisdom. That all fits with what Holmes told us. Later, he and Brynhild the Valkyrie fell in love, but their relationship was poisoned by hate and ended with his death. He has many of the same roots as Siegfried, so much so that some believe they were actually the same hero. And yet, I don't know why, but I didn't get that sense at all from that masked heroic spirit. True, he and Siegfried couldn't be more different. He was definitely really strong, but something keeps nagging at the back of my mind. It's hard to put into words, but Senpai, I think I hear some. Yeah! That sounded like a child. Mash! Right, it came from the northwest. Let's go. Lambda, good, trustworthy? Should I use the girl voice for this? I think it's like more chipmunky. It might fit with like a young girl more.
Oh no! They saw me, and now what do I do? It was going so well too. I don't understand. Why do things never turn out well for me? I'm such an idiot. Ah, no, please no. Beep.
Doesn't sound like a girl at all? Fuck. I can only do so many girl voices though. I need to fucking switch it up.
We made it, Master. Please focus on keeping her safe. As for me... I'll handle these giants. You get back too, please, Fo. Fo! What the? Who are you two? No, you can't. Any child the Brugrasar find is doomed. So you have to run away if you see a child being attacked by one of them. I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Go on, get out of here. We can't do that. That is not an option. Huh? Yeah, you idiot! No, they're going to squish all of us. No, they won't. We won't let them. Ortnax is holding steady at maximum output. I can do this, Master. Let's save this girl, Mash. Right. Oh yeah. I can imagine if there was someone who judges the Arts Looper comrades to determine how safe Castoria would be with them. Musashi, nope. Threat to her chastity. Kiara, nope. Jean, dangerous. Murasaki, safe. Da Vinci, safe. Hokusai, maybe. Chenkog, nope. Damn. Thanks for the NP, buddy. Damn it. Why these motherfuckers gotta be so tanky, man? Holy shit. Why am I okay, dude. Fuck. Leave her alone. Do giants have a thing for other berserkers or some shit? Nope, it's really RNG. Goddamn. I only found out that like some AIs can purposely target like other either genders or classes or like subsets by when I was doing the Edmond Dante's prison tower. There was one boss that literally would all three. It was what's his name from, what was the young boy's name from the dude that's always fucking horny that just got a buff on JP? He's a 3-star. Forgot his name. Fergus, yes, thank you. Fergus has a unique trait that makes him target females, and so when I had 2 Merlins and a Jalter,
every single turn, he would, all 3 of his attacks would just go straight to Jalter. And I was like, what the fuck? And chat was like, oh yeah, Fergus specifically targets, when he's an AI, he specifically targets females. And I was like, what? I didn't even know AIs could do that shit. That shit was annoying. More likely to target divines. Servants, you're just unlucky. Damn.
The battle is over. I don't detect any other magical energy signatures within 30 meters.
Agravain, I hate women. Yeah, dude, for real. When are we, I want Agravain as a servant so bad, dude. Dude was such a fucking baller in the, especially in the movie, if you've seen the second Camelot movie. Oh my god. His animation with the fight against Lancelot was amazing. I fucking love that shit. The second Camelot movie was so much better than the first. The specific targeting rules are generally only for bosses. Gotcha, okay. Fergus needs 12 women or 1 Maeve, so it balances out.
We defeated the giants and ice creatures, but that was the first time we've come across a mountain giant. Bergrissi. In Norse mythology, the Bergrissi were a race of mountain giants that were friendly in terms with the Jotun, the frost giants. But I don't remember reading anything about them banding together and attacking humans like that. First things first, great job out there, Mash. How's the Ortnax doing? Everything okay? Yes, everything's fine, don't worry. I managed to fend off the attackers without sustaining any injury, all thanks to your support, Senpai. The load on the Ortnax is well within tolerance. Da Vinci did an amazing job tuning it up. Fo! Oh, that's right. Senpai, is that girl... Bergrisser. Oh, Heavenly Mother, oh merciful goddess, please, I beg of you. Even if the giants do smush me flat, please let me stay with everyone else after I die. Excuse me. Is she speaking Swedish? The talisman doesn't have any problem translating conversation, but it's still a little hard to make out what she's saying. It might just be me, but it kind of sounds like she has a strong accent, too. It's okay, you can open your eyes. All the giants are gone now. That's right. We're not going to hurt you. I promise you're safe at the moment. I'm alive. There's no more Bergisara around? That's right. You have nothing to worry about. There are no more giants around here. That's amazing! I can't believe it. The goddess must have sent you. Thankfully,
I don't know what kind of accent I'm doing. I'm just giving her a accent. I don't even know what the fuck this is.
Thank you. You two saved my life. That's so amazing. How did you do it? Usually anyone giants see ends up getting pancaked. But none of us are even a little bit squished. Oh, I'm sorry. You're supposed to introduce yourselves when you first meet someone, aren't you? I remember learning that. My name's Gerda. Hello, Gerda. That's a lovely name you have. It has a wonderful Nordic ring to it. Thanks. I like the way it sounds too. It's very nice to meet you both. Miss Black Armor, Miss Black Hair, Mr. Black Hair. What are your names?
I'm Max. This girl in the armor is Mash Kirei.
And I'm Mash Kirei. Max and Mash Kirei, huh? Got it. You two are incredible. I can't believe...
Is it like a... We don't know what accent she has either. I'm just gonna do like a Scottish accent. Because when she said, Where did it say? I don't know. She said, where was it? She said Gertcha or something? Gerda. No, not her name. I don't know. I'm giving her a fucking Scottish accent.
You two are incredible. I can't believe you really just saved me. What village are you from? You don't seem like you're shivering. How can you not be cold with just so few layers? I'm nice and warm thanks to my fur coat. I knew I'd have it ready for anything once I decided to go out on my own. The grown-ups won't help because they're busy getting everything ready for tomorrow, so I have to do it all myself. That includes the cooking and tending to the children who have to come down with terrible fevers. Oh, right, a reward. When someone does something nice for you, you have to repay them. This fucking accent is so butchered. I'm sorry, especially if there's any Scottish viewers, dude. Oh, I don't have anything on me right now. I'd have to go back to the village. But I also have to find the medical herbs before I go back. What should I do? Senpai, this is our first Scandinavian we've met. This must mean there are human villages here. And they don't seem to have mutated to adapt to this environment like the Yaga had. Maybe that means their culture is closer to proper human history. Although, for some reason, her outfit doesn't seem like anything someone would wear in 2020. Regardless, I think she'll be willing to take us up on to her village. Once we get there, we can ask around. Right, when the Tree of Emptiness is gone, she'll... Yeah. Once it's gone, all life in this Lostbelt will be lost. Will most likely, oh well. But if we're going to restore proper human history, I know, it's just... I couldn't just let a little girl die. Yes, I feel the same way. I think I would have fought off those giants even if you hadn't said anything, Senpai. No, there's no way you would have just stood by, Senpai. That's just not who you are. You would always be the first to try and rescue her. Imagine Swedish? I don't even know what the fuck a Swedish accent is. It'd be more similar to like Mist's accent, but I don't even know how to do his accent. His is Finnish, I know, but same area, right? Hey, what's up, Skid? How you doing? New sub emotes, by the way. All right, 3 more arrows. You never even noticed any accent from Mist? He definitely has an accent. It's just his English is very good though too. He's definitely bilingual. That's probably why he doesn't have much of a super thick accent. Because he can read kanji. So I've never heard him speak Japanese, but I know he can read kanji, so he probably can speak Japanese. And then since he's from Finland, I assume he can speak Finnish. And then he obviously speaks English as well. Xenon, appreciate the follow. Yes, good. Yeah, the new emotes are great. Fo! Fo, fo, fo! Fo, fo, fo! What's up, Xenon? Oh, you're adorable. Come here, it's okay. Fo, kaya! Oh, that looks like fun. Let me try. Hop! Fo! You're too pretty to be a mouse. Maybe you're a dog or a cat. Oh, I know. You must be a horse. Force? I've never seen any animal besides the sheep this close before. You're so beautiful. Oh, but I did see something else beautiful just a little while ago. It was a rainbow, a huge 7-colored rainbow that stretched all the way past the mountains. Nobody else saw it, but I did. Isn't that amazing? Fo, fo. Yeah, I wish you could have seen it too. Fo! I wonder why Fo is in such a good mood. Could it be the weather? Maybe he likes the cold like this. Oh, I just realized. Where is Fo from? Fo is the oh my gosh, what beast was Fo? Fuck, what Fo was from somewhere near here, right? No, I know he's number 4. What was the what was the name though?
I'm trying to remember the creature that Foe was. Primate murderer? What was the name of the... Oh, fuck, I can't remember. Kath Polug. Yes, thank you. That was the name I was looking for. Kath Polug. Where is Kath Polug from? Welsh legend? And where is that? Wales, which is... Oh, that's over by the UK, which isn't far from where we're at in the Lostbelt. That's only a hop away. That's only on an island across the North Atlantic Ocean, but still, it's in the general area, so I assume that's why Foe's so happy. That's interesting. That's cool.
There, look, Senpai. We've only met Gerda, and Foe has already taken a liking to her. Oh, wait. Maybe it's the other way around, and Gerda's actually the one who's taken to him.
I think so. She's a cheerful girl, isn't she?
Yes, she's very cheerful. And it sounds like she came all this way to find special medicine for a friend back in her village. She must be very responsible, too. There's something I'm wondering about, though. She said she was looking for medical herbs, right? Does that mean plants can grow around here? Not to mention that if this is an emergency...
Dude. God, these Lostbelts are gonna fucking hurt, man. Because the singularities hurt in a way that we went back in time and we meet people and we meet heroes and they help us on our journey, but we know at the end of that journey, at the end of the singularity, we've got to say bye to them. But at least we know that their history goes on because we go back in time and then we go back to the future and the people in that timeline still stay alive and they live their lives, go on. But in these fucking Lostbelts, we know that at the end of the Lostbelt, they don't go on. They cease to fucking exist. We are completely killing off their timeline when we leave the Lostbelt. That's so fucking sad, man. God damn, these Lostbelts are gonna fucking hurt.
Not to mention that if this is an emergency, why is she out here all by herself? I don't know about the other regions in this Lostbelt, but it's no secret dangerous giants roam around here. And of course, there's no way for an ordinary human to fight a giant alone. They'd be dead for sure. If someone needed to come out here, shouldn't it be an armed group of adults who know how to fight?
Those are all good points. There must be more that we don't know yet.
Are you guys talking about me? That's right. I left my village to look for medical herbs. The grown-ups are all busy getting ready for tomorrow, so we kids have to take care of ourselves. And since I'm the big sister, I have to do my best to pull my weight. That's pretty mature of me, right? Hehe. Fo, fo, fo! Hahaha, is that a compliment? Thank you, Fo. You're such a good boy. Your fur is so pretty, too. It's so soft and smooth. Fo, fo, fo! I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm afraid it's dangerous here. This area seems to be frequented by giants. Yeah, I guess you're right. We only seem to see the occasional near the village, but I know there's lots of giants around in these mountains. Still, there's nothing else I can do. The only one who knows how to use the runes is the envoy, and she isn't coming until tomorrow. Her runes of healing can cure people who are sick in no time. But Laura probably won't survive, though, the night without those herbs. Runes of healing, envoy. That's why I came all this way. Someone told me that there were amazing healing herbs near here. They said they can cure anything, and that they're especially good for fevers. So, well, I know it's reckless of me to be out here. We're not really... Oh, dude, this accent is so bad. I know it's reckless of me to be out here. We're not really ever supposed to leave this village. Really? Well, yes, nobody is ever supposed to leave. Isn't it like that in your village, too? The only ones permitted to go outside the village are the envoys chosen to be the servants of the gods. God. I'm sorry, but can you explain what you mean by the gods and envoys? Nice try, but you won't trick me that easily. Lady Mash Girl in the black armor. People have always told me that the only envoys of the goddess have swords and spears. But I didn't know you use shields too. That's amazing, Lady Mash. Wait, me? An envoy? Yeah, I could see it. Not sure about envoy, but you're definitely an angel. Oh. Come on, Master. This is no time to be joking around.
Anyway, let's go find those medical herbs you were looking for. Maybe you can take us to the village once we've found the herbs. Hooray! I was hoping you might offer to help me. Oh, does that mean you can read my mind? Even if you don't have the weapons of your own, Mr. Blackhair. You must be an envoy of the gods too. Hey, Alana, what's up? We got new emotes, by the way. New sub emotes. All right. Let's finish up this node. Two more arrows. So you haven't unlocked Oku event either? Nah, that's why I'm trying to catch up. I've been catching up for like the past 2 months. 2 months ago in, I believe, like near the end of May, we started Camelot, and I've been going like every week. I've been going through a story chapter in preparation to get to Oku, and I'm glad they pushed Oku back because there was no way I was going to if they would have done Oku before the summer event. But hopefully now that they did it after the summer event, I have a chance now. Yo, that's awesome. I'm just on the bus home from work. Oh, gotcha. Hell yeah. Story is so long that it doesn't end. I finished Lostbelt 1 myself today. Gotcha. Yeah, they're worth reading though. I would definitely take the time because you have what chat was telling me is that if you take the time, if you spend a whole day, you can definitely do Oku all in one day. But definitely I would suggest take your time and read the stories for sure. Of course, you can always go back and read the stories on your own time in the My Room if you want to do that, but I would definitely suggest reading the stories because the Lostbelts are so good so far. I really enjoyed Lostbelt 1, and Lostbelt 2 has been fantastic so far. The Tree of Emptiness. The sun. Foo! That's right, the Tree of Emptiness is like a huge tree that stretches all the way up to the sky. Have you never heard of anything like that? As for the sun, we were hoping you might know something about why it's so big here. Oh, sorry, I don't know what you mean. I don't know anything about either of those. I've never heard any legends about a big tree like that, and the sun's always been that size. It's just like mountains always being made of fire and ice. That's just how it's always been. Nobody asks why. I see. Ah. Oh no, did I say something to offend you, Lady Mash? I'm so sorry. If my answer didn't satisfy you. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. You have nothing to apologize for. Right now, let's just focus on finding those herbs. Are you sure? Okay, thank you. They should be pretty close by. Fo. Senpai. In Norse mythology, the world tree, Yggdrasil, played a very important role. I know she's young, but it seems like a little strange that Gerda wouldn't know anything about it. Yeah, you're right, it does. Maybe they don't have any legends about Yggdrasil here? That seems unlikely, but I suppose we can't completely rule it out. Given that Lostbelts by definition are alternate histories that differ from proper human history, worlds where pruning theoretical phenomenon continue to take place to the present day, it is possible that Norse mythology we know was altered somehow. Mountains of ice, mountains of fire, a strangely large sun, and giants. I wonder if these things that seem so strange to us might have something to do with the different version of Norse myth. Assuming that the myth here was actually a historical fact here. Fo? Senpai, Gerda, I'm sorry, but please stay still for a bit. Try not to make any sound. Beep! Giant footsteps. I was the first one to notice again. He must have sensed the giant's presence before we did. I'm sorry, Gerda. This must be a lot for you to take in all at once. How can I put this? Basically, Fo's got very good instincts. Fo! Oh, I see. He looks very proud of that too. Monka. Those footsteps aren't getting any quieter. It looks like the giant isn't about to leave. Well, of course not. We're almost there after all. Almost where exactly? Oh no, don't tell me the medical herbs are... This way, follow me, but very, very quiet. Activating Ortnax's stealth mode. Its silencing talisman should muffle the engine and exhaust noise. There, that should do it. Let's go, Master. Awkward silence in game, yeah, right? Take good care of yourself, hydrate. Thank you, Elena. Wow, look at that. There's no snow. This is beautiful. Castoria happens to be the cute youngest girl button. But it's more fun to read the story and do battles together. Reading the story later kind of destroys the feel. I agree. Definitely worth it since the Lostbelt story-wise are really great. I don't mind skipping Oku either now that in JP they made it free for everyone to access the events in the Rare Prism shop. Yep. Yeah, I'm excited for that. It's just going to be in 2 years from now is when it's finally going to become a main interlude. So I'm trying to hopefully be able to experience that story before it goes away for another 2 years. Walking for a bit, so I'll be back soon. All right, Elena. Yeah, Castoria is super young until I don't think she's an adult until her final. I think her final phase she's an adult, isn't she? But her other 2 ascensions, she's definitely young. Oh my goodness. Chat, you want some good art? Sorry, I keep going over and scrolling on Twitter every now and then. Here, chat, look at this art. Sheesh! God damn. Summer Airish, please? Really want that Summer Airish to be canon. Sheesh, right? Castoria is only slightly older than Saber Lily. Need Summer Kama? Yeah, for real. S-Page Tario, appreciate the follow. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Adult Summer Kama, yes. Apparently there will be 3 SSRs on Summer 7, so please give Erish her swimsuit right. Final Ascension art is God tier, yeah. Yeah, both Summer Kama and Normal Kama, the Final Ascension art is fucking amazing. All right.
This is the place. There, look. See all the grass? There's even flowers, too. They say that long ago, there used to be places like this outside our village, too. Places where animals and flowers could grow and thrive. They say it happens way up high places between the fire and icy mountains all the time. So I thought about it and decided to climb the ice mountainside. Not that it was much of a choice, since humans can't climb the fiery mountains, right? We'll get burned up. I see, that does make sense. Maybe it's because we're relatively high up near the flame that the ice and snow have melted here. The air is nice and warm and you can see the land. That must be why plants and flowers can grow here.
Did I do that?
It's almost like a garden.
Captain, Conmal, appreciate the follow. Goddess of Love, isn't she? What I know as Kiara is essentially the representation of self-love, so like selfish love, loving oneself, and then Kama is the embodiment of loving others. But both of them do so to such intense levels that it's viewed as dangerous and violent. So take that as you will. I won't say any more than that. Mostly because I don't even know as much as them, because I'm pretty sure a lot of it is explained in Oku, and I haven't done Oku yet. It is beautiful here. I can't help but notice the giants.
Yes, there are giants walking around here too, but that has helped us learn something, Senpai. It looks like Norse giants can live in all kinds of environments, not just the cold ones. In fact, judging from the way they're gathered here, they may even prefer the warmer climates. I guess they don't like the cold either. There are a lot of them here. This is going to make things difficult. That's true. I suggest we whittle the giant's numbers down a bit, collect the herbs we're after, then quickly activate the Alaris board's thruster mode to make an emergency getaway. Fo! So far, our path has been through the eastern ice forest, but the west looks to be a steep, snowy slope. So if we can just get to that slope and ski down the rest of the way... Yes, if you're good skiers, that will work, I think. But how can we? We don't have any skis. Don't worry, we've got that part covered. We've got something even better. Huh? You brought skis with you? Where are they? Oops. I'm so sorry. 5 Caillou! It's okay, Gerda. We'll just start the operation sooner than we expected. Senpai requesting orders and support. Right, now let's get this operation underway. First mission, reduce the giant's numbers. Understood, Master. Switching Ortnax from stealth mode to combat mode. Moving to intercept the enemy now. Master's shield is a snowboard.
水着剣豪いざ参るとか言っちゃうか私白兵戦行きます腰が違うのです腰が今のうちに準備チャンバラ上等ガンガン行くわ兵将ヒュー剣圧にて海を立つ櫓のごときクジラマン大入道ご剣断いざ魔剣破り受けたまわるせいせいはいよ
We do be out here looping though.
兵法無尽やりますヒュー突破しますレー警報パットゥーオーイェーセレクシーマイネームイズ武蔵宮本
Oh, so close, too. Damn, look at the sun in the background. That looks sick. Damn, dude. These giant... No, there has to be something, dude. I swear all the giants go for Musashi. There's no way, dude. She has to have some kind of trait that they're after. I refuse to believe that's RNG.
First wave is down. Auto-turning Ortnax for consecutive battles. Releasing exhaust now. Output values remain stable. I'm still good to go. Foe! Caillou! Don't worry, foe. I'm conserving energy for our escape. Resuming battle, Master.
Alright. Giant's Flower Garden. We're going right back into battle. They only target G cups and above. Oh, just 6 enemies? Okay, wait, we got this. Passion whip, I'm in danger! I love you, chat.
ですか。やだね。
腰が違うの。腰が。ヒュー。
もちろん。
剣圧にて海を立つ。櫓のごとくクジラの大入道御剣か。いざ魔剣破り受けたまわる。
Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about.
今回はうまくいきました。
Musashi's Zerker is so cool. Oh, yeah.
Second wave defeated. Da Vinci really is amazing. I can keep going, no problem. Fo! Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm not pushing it too far. The Ortnex's output is down by about 20%, but it should be fine for another battle at least. Don't worry about me, Senpai. Just tell me what you need me to do. There's still a bunch more coming. I'd just as soon avoid a fight if we can. Fo? Huh? Fo, stop Gerda! She's trying to run off on her own. I'll be right back. I can just sit around and do nothing while you guys fight. Gerda! You're not going anywhere! Expanding the Ortnax's functionality, temporary boosting output. Amalgam God! Damn. Hang in there just a little longer, Mash. Gerda, get back here! I got the herbs! I did it! I really did it! Mash, start heading for the western slope. Understood. Wow, you're amazing, Lady Mash. Those giants are huge, but you fought them like they were nothing. I didn't think it was possible. I knew you envies weren't scared of giants. I bet they could never catch and squish you like they do with all the grown-ups. All the grown-ups? What do you mean by... Senpai, hang on tight to me. You too, Gerda and Fo. Okay, here it goes. Eee! Fo, Caillou! Equipping the Ortnex Alaris board attachments now. Activating emergency booster. The wind pressure will be incredible, so make sure you keep your eyes closed. My visor will protect me. Switching over from stage 3 thruster to emergency booster. Alaris board standing by. 3, 2, 1. Ignition! Whoa! Oh shit. Alright, time for the fucking demon voice, y'all. Demon female voice.
Hello, Ophelia!
It's you.
Welcome to this wonderfully wintry snow and ice room fit for a princess. Oh, right. This isn't your first time here, is it? I hope you don't mind if I get started without you. I have to say, this vodka on Scandinavian rocks is better than I expected. Oh my, I can see you don't approve of drinking on the job. Indeed, I couldn't agree more. But it's not my fault it's this castle, just when I thought I'd get a reprieve from the Russia's cold too. I mean, a palace made entirely of solid ice? Talk about overwrought. They even say it's cold enough that I'd frost over without a mystic code. I do prefer the cold to heat, but this is overkill. Don't you agree, darling Ophelia? You are Scandinavian yourself after all, aren't you?
It doesn't bother me. I'm surprised you're still here, Koyanskaya. I'd have thought you'd be long gone to another Lostbelt by now. Don't you have your own job to do, just as Lord Krishtaria gave me one?
Oh, don't you worry about that. My work here in Scandinavia is just about done. The Tree of Emptiness is coming along nicely, and this Lostbelt's king has been very cooperative. Now that I've made some nice additions to my personal collection, I'll be moving on to the next Lostbelt soon. Honestly, this has me feeling like I should have spent more time in Russia helping Kadok a little more, seeing how smoothly things have gone here. Still, if I'm going to worry about anyone, It'd be you, since Kadok doesn't matter anymore, and you have a lot more work left unfinished. Besides, we girls have to look out for each other, don't we?
I don't recall asking for your help, Koyanskaya. If you're saying that you're worried about me, then I'll put this simply. Don't be.
Aw, really? Are you sure? Super sure? We all know you're an earnest and highly capable mage, and there's just something about you that makes you seem consumed by Inu, like you're not quite in the moment, you know? It kicks my material instincts into overdrive. Not that I really know anything about how a mother would feel.
Can't you take a hint? My loyalty is with Lord Krishtaria Wodheim, and him alone. You don't have to worry about me. I'll never waver, nor will I fail for anyone's deception, nor will I fall for anyone's deception. My mystic code has a talisman designed explicitly to protect my mind.
Oh, since you went through all that trouble of shoring up those defenses, doesn't that suggest that you see that as a weakness? Doesn't that suggest that you see that as a weakness of yours? Oopsies! I guess that was what they mean by let sleeping dogs lie, or maybe silence is golden would be more appropriate. Alrighty, let's just pretend I didn't notice that and try this again. Come on, Ophelia, have a drink with me. We can hang out and live it up while the sun comes up. Aw, why the sigh?
Looks like I'll just have to spell it out. We don't need you here. Find another Lostbelt to visit if you're just gonna indulge in your hobbies.
Oh, I will. I'll be on my way just as soon as I get bored with my little Scandinavian vacation. So let's get along until I do, After all, you and I are both human haters. It's okay, Ophelia. Poor little rich girl. Nobody will pressure you here. You'll never have to dread Sundays again.
Huh? What did you just... What do you know?
Oh, don't be so surprised. We're both women and neither of us have many friends. Why would there be any secrets between us? It's okay, Ophelia. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. There's nothing to be afraid of and nothing to feel guilty about. You can dedicate your whole being to following your beloved's orders. The whole world has been wiped clean. Now it's nothing but endless white. It's only a matter of time until these Lostbelts fall apart too. We're all just killing time until the foreign god graces us with their presence. So why not enjoy yourself for a while? So why not enjoy ourselves while we wait?
You...
So relax. Don't worry about anything anymore. Let's just sit back and enjoy our never-ending Wednesday, Odin's Day, together, shall we?
Quality. Alright, I think that was the end of the node, wasn't it? How long is this one? Yeah, we're gonna end it there. Alright, nice. Nearly 5-hour stream. Thanks everyone for watching. Really good start to the Lostbelt. I love the beginning when we were in between Lostbelts and we finally got to actually see and explore the bleached world and actually go into the architecture and shit. That was really interesting. I can't wait to see more of that in the future. But let's find someone to host. Gold's live. Yeah, we gotta host my boy Gold. All right, everyone. Gold, if you don't know him, definitely drop him a follow when we raid him. He is a fellow FGO streamer and lover of Sakura. He is a Sakura simp, so definitely go show him some love. All right, thanks for watching, everyone, though. We will definitely be live again either tomorrow or the next day, and I plan on finishing this Lostbelt by this weekend. So this weekend we'll definitely finish it up at some point. All right, peace, everyone. Go show Gold some love. Bye, everyone. And I got a bam, bam, bam.
Alright, let's see what any one of y'all's redeems right now. Hey, yo! Hey, yo, man. It's the fucking babe. How you doing, sweetie? How you doing, honey? Give you a fucking kiss. What's up, dog? How you doing? What's up, Max? How's your stream? Thanks for the follow, SSJ Jason. Alright, you haven't followed Max, my community, please fucking do so. This dude's a Giga Chad, man's on fucking LB1. Dude saw Da Vinci get fucking donut and didn't fucking flinch. You know, that's some Giga Chad power right there, man. I don't know how to put it, but this dude sat there with a stone face like this. Donuts? Yeah, that was Max, dude. Welcome to the stream, man. How was your day? Let me go ahead and pull up the soccer cam for Maxie here. Yeah, man, congrats on beating. I don't know what, I don't know what, I wasn't watching. I basically went to go get some lunch and then start my own stream. I apologize, Mr. Max. Oh, speaking of which, Max, can you fucking believe this? The fuck? Welfare BB on top 5, dude. Insane.